If you want to speak on anything on the agenda or comments before the agenda, you need to fill out a slip of paper that's in the entryway and fill it out. All we need really is your name and what you want to speak on, what number on the agenda, and then you can hand that in to the clerk, who's now handing me a bunch of them.
He wants to speak on this item, but has to leave early, so you'd like to speak during public comment.
We're just going to move it forward, I think. All right, let's call this meeting to order. Please join me, stand, and please join me with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we have a quorum. All 5 board members are here and well-represented members of the staff. Next item is the report from closed session. Mr. Carmel.
At the closed session, we discussed the general manager recruitment. I have no formal reportable action. We reviewed the resumes that have come in and talked a little bit about potential interview processes.
Good, thank you very much. Agenda review, additions, deletions, anyone? We are going to move, unless I hear objections, move item 5C to the beginning of regular business because we have a large number of people, I believe, that want to speak on that one, and we'll move that up so that people that are not interested in the rest of the agenda can then go ahead and get back to work or whatever you have to do the rest of the day if you do not want to attend the rest of the meeting. So I'd like to keep all of the comments until then. That'll probably be around 2:30 when we get to the regular meeting, I hope, the regular agenda. All right. Any other additions or deletions that anybody has? No? Okay. Yes, Director Howell.
If possible, I'd like to see item 5E postponed until our next meeting, if possible. Sorry, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay. Or if you prefer, I can bring that up at that time.
Yeah, why don't you bring it up at that time? That's a good time. Bring that up. Good, Don. Thanks. All right. All right, let's first hear the Sheriff's Department report first up. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Michael Manueli, Commander, Sheriff's Coast Station. This month's report is for January 2019. There were 299 calls for service compared to last year, 310, down about 4%, insignificant. Compared to some of our other communities, Avila Beach had 87, Cayucas 185, Los Osos 517, and San Simeon 55. From those calls for service, there were 28 reports taken. which was significantly higher than the previous year, which had 19 reports for the same time period, about a 47% increase. Those calls for service included 2 for assault, battery. They were domestic violence in nature. We had 11 different disturbance calls. 2 of them were generated by the same subject. We responded twice, tried to resolve the situation, ended up taking him into protective custody the second time we responded to assist. There were 2 reports of burglaries. Upon further investigation, they were determined not to be burglaries, but 2 reports were generated. An iPad, a stolen iPad, had been used to access the person's card, charge information, and unauthorized purchases were made. A second report, a known person had entered a vacation rental. There were 5 calls for service regarding thefts. 3 of those resulted in reports. A wallet stolen from a restaurant, theft from an unlocked vehicle, and then an email scam. This hacker got the victim's contact book, used that information to send information looking like they were from the victim's friend, asking for money. After the victim gave up $800, she realized that it was a scam. So, yeah, people asking for money, again, some kind of charge card, some kind of gift card, it's probably a scam. Just call your friend and say, hey, do you need help? We had 1 vandalism, another phone scam where the caller says your grandson's been arrested and we need money to bail him out. This person did not suffer a loss. They did not send any money. And then there were 14 suspicious circumstances calls. 2 of those general reports. We did have a series of door-to-door salespersons running around in Cambria for a single day or 2, generated a number of calls. 1 of them reported that this door-to-door salesperson had grabbed that person's hand. Another person called and said they saw people walking down the street carrying these spray bottles, which they are trying to sell their formula. We finally caught up to some of them and were able to cite them for not having a county business license. The last one, the scam didn't happen in this area, but it's going on throughout the county. It's the same thing we hear over and over again. Somebody is calling, identifying themselves as being from the sheriff's office, saying you have a warrant and asking for money. We don't operate that way. We usually operate sheriff's office. And that's my report for the month.
Very good, thank you. Any questions for the sheriff? All right, thank you very much for coming
Thank you.
and your report. Next up is Chief Hollingsworth.
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you for letting us be here today. For the month of January, we had 101 emergency responses. That is a little bit elevated for what our standard numbers are. The majority of the increase is reflective in the amount of storm and water and wind that occurred over the last number of weeks, and we're continuing to see that into February. So one saving grace to that is that there has not been, although there has been a few, there hasn't been significant damage done to a lot of homes within the community. So one of the things that can be attributed to is the more aggressive pursuit of getting rid of some of the dead, diseased, and dying trees. And just as a reminder, we do maintain that continued abatement permit with the county. So if you have a tree on your property that you're concerned about, I encourage you to give us a call and we can get somebody out there to help tag that. And if you can show a direct nexus to the fact that if it were to fall and create damage to your home, it's a little bit easier to get that taken care of. We did have a significant structure fire on Wales this last month, and I just wanted to, I mentioned this earlier, but wanted to say a big thank you to all the cooperative mutual aid agencies and how well they work together, all from the local ambulance company to CAL FIRE and the responding agencies, all the way up through Red Cross, who played a significant role in helping the occupant out. So it's really encouraging that everybody works well together in that regard. For the responses, we're at about 87% of local versus non-local exposure. Just so you continue to want to get that number, I think it's important so you understand how we're being able to deliver service. The command vehicle, the vehicle that the chief officer drives that was out getting outfitted is complete and it's done. And there's a that directly affects how we do everything within the fire department, because it means we're able to surplus some of the very old stuff out of the fleet that is really we're not able to maintain in a financially responsible manner. So we're going to be in the process of trying to get rid of both a fire engine, a boat, and a couple of other things that we can now cycle out, but have been very effective for us over the years. Just the other day, we completed the annual review of our multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation program. This is something that was voted in by your predecessors this last February, so we're at about a one-year cycle, and per the document, we're supposed to look at that every year just to make sure that it is still relevant and accurate, and this is prior to any kind of major change that happens on a more of like a 5-year basis. So we had a very successful meeting and reviewed some of those and even identified some future changes to that we might want to look at. Regarding the grant program, this is unchanged, but to just remind you that we have 2 existing grant applications through the Hazard Grant Mitigation Program. As a reminder, those come secondary to the disaster declarations, this one's specific to the Thomas Fire, and we're in the process of trying to get all of our ducks in a row to make the formal sub-application that goes to Cal OES. That's an extensive process. It's a lot of documentation. They didn't look at it and review it before it ever goes to FEMA. So there's a lot of checks and balances in the system, but we're trying to get all of that stuff done right now. And we still have not heard back any word in regards to the federal AFG grants. There's obvious connection there as to some of the federal shutdowns and having delayed everything. So nobody that has applied for those across California has been notified of any changes or awards. So we'll keep you up to date on that. And the last thing is, just as a reminder, I believe we put out some information that there was a pretty significant water leak at the fire station. There was no fire, but in the middle of the night we had some pipes rupture. And because they were out on calls and some other things, it wasn't noticed for a long time. So there was quite a bit of damage inside. It's all been dried and mitigated, and now we're in the process of getting bids for repair. So that's why some of the administrative functions have been moved out of the fire station. We are able now to reconfigure the rear portion of it for the purpose of housing our personnel while they're on duty. But I'm kind of going back and forth working out of there in the admin office, and a big thank you to admin for letting me carve out a little space there as necessary. But everybody's been working really well together and very supportive, and we hope to have that done based on bids and everything, hopefully within about a month. So that's where we are, and I'm over to you for any questions.
Okay, anyone? Questions? Oh, yes. Director Rice.
First thing is, I'm glad to hear that we've got everything outfitted finally, and we've got some equipment we're going to sell. I'm assuming that any monies that would come in would go back to the fire department budget. Are we restricting it to like a replacement fund for vehicles or something?
Ultimately, that would be your discretion, and we do have multiple options there. Unfortunately, fire engines that cost a significant amount of money now, the one that we're looking at surplusing is greater than 30 years old. And so if you were to look at a comparative blue book on that, it's very difficult to do, but we're looking at something that is probably less than $5,000.
I was going to say even $5,000 though is better than zero.
Absolutely, I agree 100%. And there's value to not only pursuing that, we've also had very effective in the history, been very effective in being able to donate those to some underprivileged areas, specifically to Mexico. We've been able to take fire engines and equipment down there. We do have some cache of equipment right now that we've been able to replace through current grants that we have stored at the secondary fire station down on Heath Lane. And there may be some value to pursuing going through some kind of donation process in its entirety to an underprivileged area that can really get a lot more use out of it. So I'm looking at or considering putting together a staff report that might suggest that.
Okay. And the other question I have is, I've heard from several residents that they're having trouble with their insurance for their home insurance because of fire issues. Is there anything that our district can do, like that would maybe help reassure the insurance companies that we're a prepared community? I know we're fire-wise community already, right?
Right. The two biggest things that we see a direct corollary to is getting a FireWise community rating, which our local fire safe focus group has worked diligently doing for the last 3 years. So I'm proud to say that through their efforts, they've been able to do that. So that's a big key. The other thing is that through the ISO, the Insurance Services Office, they're able to give us a rating based on a whole myriad of figures. And that's a formulaic expression of how large the town is, the water system, the infrastructure, the equipment that's available, personnel available, staffing. You put all that together and it gives you a number.
Right.
And that number, to a certain extent, will help define those costs. The only way to change that number is improving the system.
So then the question becomes, what things could we be doing that we aren't? And you don't have to answer this right now, but I think it's an important thing for the district to consider since we provide these services. If people are having trouble getting insurance because of the fire risk, if there's anything other than what we're already doing, those are things it seems to me we should be considering to help folks out.
Absolutely. And I think some of the mitigation strategies that are identified in our multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, it's a lot of words, but if we're able to address those either through grant funding or other avenues, some of those changes in theory could have, it will have a direct effect in regards to safety, but whether or not it would have an effect on insurance rates is yet to be seen.
Right. But if we can reassure that we're
Absolutely.
trying to do more. Thank you.
Good. As far as the insurance goes, I know the company I insure with, I'm good. They are still supporting that. And so if people of the community want to send me, if they are getting insurance through their company, if they want to send me the information on their company, I can make that available on the website so that you know what companies are still providing insurance in the area so that you'll know that. Be glad to do that. If people want to send it in to my CSD email, I'll make sure that gets out on the website so we know what insurance companies actually will provide insurance right now in our community.
And through what people are advising us when we get phone calls about this, there's a pretty broad spectrum. Everything from we're going to drop you, but we're not going to supply it for any area that's identified as a very high fire risk, to we're going to give you a break on your insurance because you are now a FireWise community. And not every insurance company does both. So it's just a matter of doing some research.
Right. Okay, thank you very much.
How readily available is that definition of FireWise community in terms of a documentation? Is that something that is available for, to send to an insurance company, or is there a mechanism that they're not automatically notified?
It's not automatically notified, and it's probably it's a one-page document. It's a certification we can get, and I don't know if there's any limitation to us making it available through our website. It's something that we can have, and I absolutely can provide for you.
Right.
And if we can verify that that's fine, then anybody can use that to basically print is something the CCSD is providing secondary to the work the Fire Safe Focus Group has done.
Right.
Then they can use it.
Yeah. Excellent. It sounds like a good avenue to pursue. Thank you.
I'll make sure that gets out there. I have it. Thank you. All right. Next up is the chairman of the pros. Yes, Mr. Niffen is here. Thank you.
Hi, Steve Niffen. I was on the agenda, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and if I'm not, don't make me come. If I'm not on the agenda, I brought this stack of papers purely to make me look important, because sometimes I think I'm underestimated. But not really. Some of this is important as to what we're doing. And I have a presentation. If you wanted, I could just let you ask questions if you had anything specifically before I babbled on. No, the only thing I was going to talk about is at our next meeting next week, we're going to try to get going on phase 2 of the park, trying to figure out what we're actually going to do, can afford, and how we're going to go about it. And so we're going to ask for people to come to the meeting and talk, and so no one's going to come to that meeting because no one ever comes to the meeting. So what I thought I'd say is I'm going to propose putting lights and a sound system on the park. So if you're against that, you might want to show up at the meeting next Tuesday, speak against it, and then offer your opinion on where the playground is going to go and the picnic tables and the other things that we need people's opinion on. Yay. So that being said, we are working on that, and that doesn't look to be a large expense. One of the things that we've kind of hit on as a group is we're going to try to create some kind of a playing field without water. And that's not a novel idea because every third world country on the planet plays on playing fields without water. So we're going to start looking at that, but we're going to look at the play structure, the picnic tables, and an athletic thing, and maybe even a volleyball pit, a sand volleyball pit. That seems to have some value and not a lot of cost there. So that's kind of where we're at on that specifically. I'm assuming you know more about the old schoolhouse than I do, so, and what's going on with that. And anything else? Well, all right, so it looks like the history, I don't want to speak for other entities, but the Historical Society has decided not to use the pocket park. That's not going to work. So they're going to go for the old dog park there across from the Behringer property and all the ins and outs that are surrounding that. I think they're going to work on temporarily getting it there first before that larger plan actually comes to fruition, because there's a lot of extenuating circumstances with the road and blah, blah, blah. So I think that's where we're at with that. I don't have a lot of in-depth knowledge. Mr. Ehlers would, of course, at the Historical Society. And Laurel, maybe.
Yeah, she
Laurel's
has,
already going to speak to it. All right, I hope I didn't say
she's
anything
up
wrong.
next.
Oh, there you go. Okay. So other than that, we support them and whatever it is they're trying to do. We just want to try to help facilitate people in town do whatever it is they're doing. They're working on the swimming pool. We're not in that. We're just trying to help, so keep an eye on that. They're having conversations on Park Hill first about what's going on there, and there you go. That's all I got. Any
Very
questions?
good. Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Thank you. Good job, Steve.
1 second.
All right, we're now on public commentary. And the first person up is Laurel Stewart. Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you. Laurel Stewart on behalf of the Cambria Historical Society. First off, I want to thank the board for your action, your directions to staff on January 17th, and for staff getting right on it. Thank you very much. And the community for their interest in our relocation of the schoolhouse. I'm sure that you're aware, and the community is probably aware, that we rather rapidly, because of advice and information that the board of the Historical Society received regarding the Pocket Park, decided to change course, and we're going to be attending the pros meeting next Tuesday. We are on their agenda for seeking the third option that we proposed back at the December 5th pros meeting. Regarding the Main Street, Center of the Creek property. We had a very, very encouraging meeting yesterday with County Planning and Public Works and the building section of the Planning Department. And a phased relocation of the schoolhouse to the dog park is a definite go as far as they're concerned. There's a lot to be worked out in that regard. We also had a meeting with the other party to the covenant with CCSD that is recorded on that property, and they've talked about going ahead and beginning to talk with council about altering that covenant to allow the placement of the schoolhouse on that property. And we hope to be placed on the agenda for March 14th or March 21st.
Yeah, March 14th, it's one agenda, and...
So 21st, more likely?
No, the 14th.
Oh, the 14th.
Oh, yeah, and if it's going to be regular business, it'll probably be pushed to the 21st.
Yeah, that's what I'm figuring, yeah. And we thank you very, very much. We're very, very encouraged. Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Okay, Vice President Farmer first, please.
It's not really a question, but I was fortunate enough to be at that meeting with the Planning Department yesterday, along with folks, representing the Historical Society, and, say what I have in the past about the Department of Planning and Building and Revenue Collecting. These folks were so prepared to address all of the needs that were required with regard to this project being moved forward. They had obviously done their homework long before they came in to talk with us. We're totally agreeable in expediting this and moving forward and answering any questions that we had and offering any kind of information that we need in the future. It was really a treat.
I second that, definitely.
Okay, and I will assume that at some point you'll be talking covenants with both the CCSD and with...
And with the Historical Society. John Ellers and I would like to be party to those discussions,
Okay.
as he is president of the board and I'm the project manager.
and the other person with the covenant.
And the other person with the
Okay,
covenant.
that we'll
And
all get
CCSD.
together and
Yep.
figure it out. Good.
Yep.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, continuing public comment on items not on the agenda, we'll go with Ms. Dickinson, followed by Ms. Heinrichs.
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you, President Pearson. What I'd like to address at public comments is related to an item that I just discovered this week, in fact, Tuesday of this week, regarding the Planning Department's presentation to the Planning Commission this morning. Brian Pedrotti from the SLO County Planning Department gave his presentation to the Planning Commission and mentioned this is about the resource summary report. And from the clean version, as they call it, I downloaded that, printed it out. And what is really, I have not been aware of this. I don't know that the public has been made aware through the CCSD. This information was not given to our advisory council, the Los Osos Advisory Council, but here's what is happening. So we are in a level of severity 3, as I think we all are aware, at least here. Now they have it that the San Simeon Valley Groundwater Basin, Santa Rosa Valley Groundwater Basin, both in LOS 3, recommended action. 1, collaborate with the CCSD for the issuance of a limited number of intent to serve letters and building permits based on the continued use of a demand offset conservation program that offsets new demand from new water. 2, revise the county growth management ordinance, which is at 0 currently, with the CCSD to accommodate the issuance of allowable number of building permits for new development. Number 3, collaborate with the Cambria Community Services District to prepare and obtain a coastal development permit for its recently completed sustainable water facility along the lower San Simeon Creek aquifer. We have not seen this before. I would like to know who submitted this information to the Planning Department, that it's now printed. And we know that we're still in a level 3. We do not have a CDP in front of the Planning Commission for approval yet. We do not know where that's going to go eventually. But to just assume from someone or some people that these 3 items that I have just spoken on are available and accessible to this community is shocking. One commissioner said, I can understand a level 1. Maybe I'd have no problem with it, but a level 3? So I'd like to know if the board is aware of this, and I would also like to know who promoted this and why the public was not made aware of it. Thank you. Oh, I have one more question. How many resumes have been received since the February 12th meeting? Applications, I should say.
Resumes since then.
Since February 12th, and today's the 28th. 16 days?
In total, we've received probably 30 resumes.
Okay, so 9 more since February 12th when you had 21. Okay.
Roughly.
Yeah.
Don't hold me to that number, but that's
Okay,
roughly it.
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heinrichs.
Good afternoon. Thank you. This is a comment about the lawsuit expenses that are being incurred with regard to the CDM Smith lawsuit. The district sued CDM Smith last September regarding the brine impoundment pond, which has thus far cost the district over $3.5 million to construct and then deconstruct. The legal expenses associated with this lawsuit are considerable, and I asked the board to direct the finance officer to segregate those expenses attributable to the CDM lawsuit and include them in the SWF account so that the public is able to understand how much this project is costing. As I scrolled through past expenditures, I found legal expenses prior to the filing of the lawsuit attributed to the SWF, over $3,000 to Carmel and Nakasha in September 2017, another $1,200 to Carmel and Nakasha in October, plus $2,000 to Rutan and Tucker for CDM. Those should also be included. For instance, in September 2018, when the lawsuit was filed, the district paid Carmel and Nakasha nearly $34,000, and Rutan and Tucker, the firm hired to address the CDM issues, nearly $11,000. The total paid to Rutan and Tucker for the months since the lawsuit was filed is over $27,000. The district also pays Mr. Carmel a retainer of over $11,000 a month, presumably to attend these meetings with us. Thank you, Mr. Carmel. The district also hires additional law firms to consult on other legal issues as they arrive. The district continues to incur legal expenses. I ask the board to review these costs and determine whether they are getting good value. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Figueroa, did you want to speak on this one, or did you want to speak on 5C? 5C? 5C. Okay. All right. That's all we have on public comment. Not Ms. Richards.
Sorry. I'll be quick, I promise. Leslie Richards, Cambria resident.
I don't have one from Ted. No, not on this. Sorry.
So I'll be fast.
Welcome. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Apologize. I'll be very quick. We had a wonderful policy committee meeting. It was fantastic. And one of the issues that came up during the meeting, however, was I had assumed that we were going to be working on a policy manual. And it's determined that we only work on projects in that committee if it's been approved by the board. So I'm asking that the policy manual issue be brought back maybe to the consent agenda, or we just have to have the board vote on this. I've been trying to get a policy manual for the district for 18 years now, and I'd be more than happy to help and assist in the production of this document. So is that a possibility, President Pearson?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Take care. Have a beautiful day.
Thank you. My apologies. Mr. Key, I did not understand that this was your, but if you want to come up now, now's your time. Now's your chance.
Good afternoon, Board. Ted Key, Cambria. You should have in your possession a letter dated April 17th, 2017 for an issue that I brought to this board regarding the transfer of meters. In the case with this particular project, it's quite distant now, but associated with this project was the business of allowing this thing to proceed because CSD was, in fact, it was the de facto determinant as to whether or not this project could continue as a transfer of water meter given the construction of the size of the lot. Now, I brought this to the board 2 years ago. My recommendation for 804-100 is to make that verbiage say 50 feet of continuous frontage rather than total frontage, because what happened here is you had a 35 wide lot that was joined with another 35 foot wide lot with 35 easement on either side, which did in fact exceed 50 feet, so they got it through county. Now, I did in fact go down and protest not this to the county, but the fact that the Land Use Committee for the NCAC completely missed the gross surface area on this project. Thus, the elevations, the average elevation was wrong, not to mention the fact that the drainage was a disaster. The county, at that very moment, thanked me very much for presenting that information to them, and they changed them up right then and there, even though I had a member of the NCAC who was representing himself as an individual citizen, but standing there to try and thwart my comments. Now, it's been 2 years since I submitted this. It was supposed to go to Mr. Carmel through Mr. Gruber as directed by President Rice. I've heard nothing for 2 years on this thing, just to change the words. And I will tell you, Cindy, that this is something you don't want if the BRP gets to happen. And I saw today, as I was over rescuing a elephant seal in Marine Terrace, you've got another 35-foot wide house there with 2 stories packed up against a bunch of other houses on the corner of Harvey and Windsor. Now, I'm sure that this is all different because it does have the frontage, that's fine. But I'm telling you, the space between that house and the other houses is just ridiculously small. If I lived over there, I would be so angry I can't even tell you. So, would you please change this ordinance and then make sure that all of the other ordinances that you're going to put together on the size of lots that can be buildable here is consistent throughout all your documents? Mr. Carmel, this is an easy job, and we're paying you a ton of money a month. Can we please get this done? 2 years.
Thank
now,
you.
Cindy, Don, you guys weren't on the board, so you guys are off the hook. But now you're on the board. Now you're on the hook. Get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, now we're done with public comment, and we go on to the consent agenda. Yes, Director Rice.
I was wondering if staff wanted to address the questions that Ms. Dickinson brought up regarding the potential changes to the RMS with the county, if there was any, if we know where that came from, if that was an evaluation the county put together. Or...
As far as we can tell, it didn't come from the district. It didn't come from any of us. Normally, the county collects their information on their own. Staff reports, they don't rely on anything we give them, but we didn't participate in that, so I wasn't aware of it.
Did they notify us that this was going to be at the Planning Commission?
I didn't receive notification. I don't know.
Okay, we probably need to make sure that we're on those kind of distribution lists, so when there's something that comes up that relates to our business, that we at least know that it's happening.
In the past, we have received notification because they know how serious the issue is up here, but we'll make sure to touch base with them.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you, President Pearson.
This just
Thank you.
If I could answer that question, apparently the district engineer did submit some information regarding conservation numbers and what else? And production.
Okay.
But I wasn't aware of it. None of us were aware of it. But apparently they must have used that information.
I think it's also consistent with our urban water management plan and the things but
Yeah,
it's also a future-looking document. I don't want to get into a discussion, but
Right.
thank you for that additional information on it.
Yeah, my guess is it was part of our feasibility study.
President Pearson. So
Yes.
the normal, it's a biannual review for the resource summary report. The county process has the county planning department submit draft documents to the Water Resource Advisory Committee, and that is typically then where the public discussions are focused. Last year, the district engineer was the district's appointment to the Water Resource Advisory Committee. Recent retirements and turnovers is probably part of the incomplete communications maybe that occurred.
Okay, thank you. Okay, on to the consent agenda. Does anybody have anything on the consent agenda that they want pulled, or you want to make a short comment? Vice President Farmer.
Yes, I would like to make a short comment. Usually I like to address the costs of the water facility that has been how could we say it, been in our possession and our payment for almost 5 years now, and continues to, let's say, drain the coffers of the district. So I just thought I'd bring us up to date as to what was in the expenditure report for this past month, the first month of 2019. So I first want to comment on the fact that, as you already may know, lab reports from the Abalone labs, thankfully the Regional Water Quality Control Board has requested fewer of those, so the costs, which have been in the thousands of dollars this past year, are now minimal. In fact, there weren't any lab costs from Abalone this past month. However, I want to point out some other costs with regard to this facility. 2 performance bonds that will probably come up in the mid-year finance report. 2 performance bonds with Alliant Insurance Services. This is on page 6, over $71.5 million. A sales and use tax overpayment on page 8 of over $4,000. $4,000 for chlorine and pH testing by the Hatch Corporation. Just under $6,000 on, once again, professional legal services on page 13, as Ms. Heinrichs has recently addressed. And finally, just over $330,000 for our semi-annual payment to buy the facility back from Western Alliance Bank, a fee that we will continue to pay for a non-operating facility until the year 2034. So the grand total for operations and capital accounts payable for just the first month of this year for the facility is $423,000. Now, I want to point out that there are serious, almost immediate needs that need to be addressed by this district at water and wastewater. We have the small water tank over on Stewart Street. It's almost 30 years old. We recently had some minor repairs done to it, but the person that we hired to do that, William Bellis, his first option was, we need to replace this tank. It's in serious need of replacing. We didn't wind up doing that. Also, there's a Vector truck that is in has serious problems, is in constant need of repair at the sewer plant. And those monies that I just mentioned would either purchase a water tank or almost purchase a new Vector truck, which the wastewater department needs to use at the sewer plant as well as in collections. So what I'm trying to point out here is, no matter how you feel about this water facility, whether we need it or not, the circumstances, the financial circumstances of this district, and therefore how it's impacting the ratepayers of this community, we really need to be aware of what is taking place here. Because, like I say, this facility can only run in a stage 3 water emergency, which we haven't had since it's been built over 4 years ago. And we have real immediate needs that, financially, to address serious issues that I just brought up that can't be addressed because of the constant cost of this facility. So like I said, no matter how you feel about this facility and ultimately if it will even be used, I just want to let people know the financial demands of this project and how it's impacting the district and our availability of funds as well as the ratepayers of the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Rice.
I have one question on the expenditure report, and then I have a couple of quick comments on the bylaws, but I don't think I need to pull it for separate vote or anything. I did, Vice President Farmer already mentioned this, the payment to Ducharme. I saw that, and does that mean that we did get an income tax rebate for those sales tax rebate? Can you
Yes.
please elaborate?
Well, Pam actually has come prepared to address that
Awesome.
item, so if I could turn it over to her.
Yes, we did receive approximately $12,000 in a sales tax rebate. They're still working on another $103,000 purchase item from the SWF construction, but we have not seen that payment thus far.
So is this $4,000 payment to them is part of the part of what we agreed to pay them out of there was like a total of this amount plus 12,000 or something?
The payment we received was 12,000.
Oh, okay.
From, I believe it was CDM Smith that we received that refund from. So this is their 35% cut of that payment. That's our agreement with them.
And then there's some more outstanding. We may see another payment if we get
Correct.
more money back.
Right,
Okay.
they're working on it.
I was skeptical. I have to say to staff, I'm glad that we went this direction. I was very skeptical in entering this agreement with this company, and I'm very glad that it has reaped a little bit of a reward, even though it's not a huge amount at this point. I'm glad that that's been successful.
Right, it did bring us revenue of approximately $8,000.
Which is, like I said, I was happy to see that. I was like, either we're paying them because we got money back, or we're paying them and we shouldn't be. So I was skeptical that that proposal from them was going to work, and I'm glad it worked out. On the bylaws, there's a section that talks about the. Let me get to it. The section under, I'm on page 118 of the board packet. It's under meetings, number 2. This 2.2 talks about pursuant to the Brown Act. Isn't that related to public comment specifically during meetings? Isn't that usually underneath the public comment, which is now 3.2? Because that's not, those 2.2, those A, B, and C, which is board members may briefly respond to statements or questions from the public. Board members may, on their initiative or in response to public questions, ask questions for clarification. These things are usually related with comments about items not on the agenda. Is that?
That's correct.
So I guess I'm just confused because that's usually grouped with the rest of the item, which would be, right now it's 3.2. I didn't know because what I'm trying to make sure is that there's a clear set of standards for how the board meetings are run, and that includes ensuring public comment and appropriate response or non-response from the board.
And it could easily be moved to that section. We could insert it directly under there if that's the board's desire.
I'm just looking for clarity, and maybe we don't need to ditto with it. I just want to make sure that we're clear, because that section is usually, because that's not necessarily the case if it's an item that is on the agenda, right?
No, you're absolutely right. It's more appropriate in the 3 section. We can do that now. Or we can do that when we update the bylaws next time, or we may be looking at a bylaw change subsequent to this 7.2.
Like I said, I don't have a problem with.
Yeah, let's do that when we do 7.2. Let's do it then.
Okay.
That makes sense.
And there's of course, as an English person, there's a comma that's missing that probably district council would like to have in, which is on page 125.4. At the president's discretion, district council shall act as parliamentarian. There needs to be a comma after at the discretion.
Thank you. We have public comment request on item 4G, which is the bylaws by Ms. Heinrichs.
Thank you. At the last meeting, District Council advised the board that there could be some flexibility in the prohibition on board members engaging with district staff as defined in Section 7. While no one wishes to interfere with or impede the district staff's operating, Cambria is a small community, and free interaction among board and staff is desirable. The rigid rules were adopted at the behest of our autocratic previous general manager, and it's time to reconsider them. The former general manager insisted on being the sole gatekeeper of communication. He bullied his staff. Several sought treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder after leaving the district's employment and wanted to prevent staff members from letting board members know what was going on. Allowing a single person to control all communication delegates significant board responsibility. Please pull this item from the consent agenda, discuss this, and fix it now. Thank you.
All right, I think we're all in agreement that the next agenda, we will discuss that section. Let's make sure that's on the March 14th agenda for us to go over that. Yes, Ms. Dickinson?
Just quickly, I spoke on this at the last meeting and asked that this be addressed so that a staff member who is not receiving any help from his or her superior, the general manager, as has been the case in the past, I talked about this a little bit at the last meeting, that there be some alternative way for that person to reach out. I really believe, and Ms. Heinrichs has addressed that. So I'm again reinforcing what I said last time, that we really need to help staff in whatever way we can before it reaches a point where someone is out on PTSD or whatever, that they have someone to talk to if indeed, and let's hope that this just doesn't happen anymore when we have a new GM. Let's hope that that will not be the case, but it still needs to be there in the bylaws, I think, for the board to be able to figure out what can be done in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one thing about the bond. We paid the $71,000 in 2 installments for the bond on the pond. I'm wondering why we are still paying the bond on the pond when we, quote unquote, aren't using it anymore. What does the bond protect us from, Mr. Carmel?
It's primarily, excuse me, a remediation bond. So if it does fail, the costs of cleanup are included in that bond. It's required by the regional board.
Until it's empty?
Yeah.
And then after it's empty, we don't have to pay the bond anymore?
That's correct.
Well, then let's hurry up and empty the pond. Okay.
We did go to the regional board and request a reduction in that amount, but they were unwilling to do so.
We are blending 7 days a week.
Yeah, and I note in your report that we're now up to like 16,000 gallons a day instead of the $8,000, which is great. So we're emptying faster.
Right, and we're actively engaging with John Rocky from the regional board, and we're working on scheduling a meeting to discuss other options with him as well.
Okay. Director Rice?
So can you just, for purposes of the public's knowledge and my more clear understanding, we have this bond is essentially like insurance in case we need to do remediation, and it doesn't apply for the violation that has caused us to now be in the process of closing the pond. Is that the case? So like we don't get nothing for having this bond unless there's a failure like but I don't see how the failure wasn't met by when we had the.
Well, no, it's when actually the pond fails in and of itself.
Okay.
The pond didn't fail. If the liner breaks, for instance, or there's a breach in the berm, none of that happened. These were events that are outside the scope of that bond.
So if any of that happens.
The cleanup cost would be paid for through the bond.
If it were to happen between now and the time it's actually completely closed.
Right.
Okay, thank you for that clarity.
Good, thank you. On to regular business,
sorry.
Director Howell.
A few more questions about the expenditure report.
Okay.
These are really more for clarification, and some you've already clarified. So, on page 6, the $40,000 payment to Coast Unified School District, is that an annual payment? It's for rental of the.
Yes, it's for the lease on the property for the SR4 well.
So that's our annual fee.
Yes, it's annual, and it does have a CIP built in as well.
Not a problem. Just wanted to be sure we weren't paying more than that. The one area that does disturb me is the high amount on the credit card, and we've talked about this before, I'd like to hear, perhaps not in this forum right now, but if this is the way that we're going to do business in the future, I think maybe our accounting practices need to be looked at a little more closely. I'm seeing a $10,000 bill for 1 month on that credit card. I don't think that's what the credit card was intended for. Furthermore, just as an item, I mean, that I just happened to notice a $39 over limit fee as well. So not only did we, but we actually went over our credit limit. So I don't know, this bothers me a great deal, and I'd like to see a little more control over that if possible, or some change in the accounting practice. A lot of these things, seems to me, they could have been issued via checks or warrants of some kind, so there was better paper trail, perhaps. Anyway, that's my...
Well, let me explain a couple of things. First, this is a total of all the credit cards together.
Mm-hmm.
And secondly, you may recall that we also had a flood in the admin office, and we were required to pay over the phone in order to get them to respond and to do some of the remediation. So we used the district credit card for that.
Oh.
So I think it was over $2,500. I think it was about $3,500 on the credit card for that item.
That item alone, well, that would make sense. Oh,
So-
that's good, thank you. 'Cause-
We do try to be careful with our expenses.
Oh, no, it's just normal accounting practices where you'll have one person issue the check and somebody else sign it. That wouldn't be the case with the credit card, so there's some issues about fiscal control.
Right.
So,
So our practice for that is that we do fill out purchase orders if it's over $250 as a charge on the credit card. And I can tell you that our finance manager is very careful with making sure that the documentation is provided and that it's signed off on by the supervisor. And so there are several levels of review.
good to know. Thank you. I think there's one last one here. No, I think that covers my questions on that.
Good.
But before we move on, I did want to make a comment on another item on the consent agenda before it goes.
Okay.
Having to do with, I have to look at it again to remember what it was. Oh, regarding the finance of the truck. Because as you recall, I voted against that the last time around. So I wanted the public to be aware that, yes, we now do have the documents, and I have read the documents. However, I do have a question about the documents, and I would really like this to be on record, the answer to this one. I have no problem with it in terms of the financing arrangement, but there is one ambiguity that I would like perhaps Mr. Carmel or Mr. Ogren to clarify, and that has to do with the prepayment. And I think if you will, what is it? If you look at the paperwork, and you'll see down there, it's 4H. Yeah, here we are. Page 130 of the packet. No, that's a different question. Never mind that. I'm not going to ask that one. Here we are. Page 136 of the packet. The prepayment option. And basically, it says that it refers to an attachment, and says in that attachment, there's a column for what you would have to pay if you prepaid. Let me see here. Yes. Specified amounts set forth in Exhibit B. Well, if you look at Exhibit B, there are no specified amounts. So my question is, because you could interpret that in two different ways, and I'd like to have it on record what our official interpretation is. Does that mean that we cannot prepay the loan and that there is no prepayment option, or does it mean there is no penalty if we do prepay the loan? So I think I know the answer, but I want to hear it from a legal, somebody who's an expert in understanding this stuff. Exhibit B would be 141.
I can answer that question.
I'd rather have it from Mr. Carmel. Okay. Not that you can do it, but I want to hear the lawyer say it.
It looks to me like we can prepay without seeing the specific amounts. You're usually paying a little bit more. So I assume there is a small prepayment penalty, but without...
No, there is not. That's my point. In Exhibit B, there is no prepayment penalty. So if you take Exhibit B with the now maybe this would be subject for a future. Maybe Mr. Carmel, you don't need to come back to that right now, because I'm going to vote for it anyway. But,
no, I see. Well, it doesn't look like there's a prepayment penalty.
No, but it doesn't look to me. I would interpret that maybe we can't prepay. That's why I wanted to. I'd like you to take the time. So maybe can we have this? Can we have an answer come back at another time on this one?
Sure.
Let me bring you an answer back so it's accurate.
Yes, please. I would prefer that. Yeah, because I think it's important that we have at least that we all think we understand what we're doing. So having said that, I mean, I will vote for that now.
Okay.
But I just wanted to have that ambiguity kind of put it on somebody else's plate.
I think what Mr. Ogren is suggesting is the interest that's accrued between the two dates would be the amount that's shown on the chart, but it's not filled in. But we'll go and check on that and make sure you get the right answer.
Yeah, thank you.
Director Steidel.
I was just curious, since the finance manager indicated that she had an answer, perhaps we could actually ask her for that.
After the last discussion we had on this loan, I did reach out to Muni Finance Corp, and they indicated there would be no prepayment penalty on the size of this loan.
Thank you. Although it is my understanding, if something's in writing, it's the writing that governs, not what somebody tells you on the phone, which is why I really want to hear the legal interpretation on that one. Thanks.
Thank you. Regular business.
Oh, we haven't voted on consent.
Oh, yes. We need to vote on the consent agenda.
Just for clarity, on item G, which is the bylaws and the schedule, I definitely want to pass the schedule, but are we holding the bylaws or we're passing them as is and then we're looking at them again next month?
Yes,
The second?
we're going to approve them now, and on the 14th, we will bring back
Okay.
Section 7 and Section 2 and 3.
Then I
with
move,
the brought up.
then I move approval of the consent agenda now that I have that understanding.
Okay. Moved in second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Steidel?
Aye.
Director Howell? Vice President Farmer?
Aye.
President Pearson?
Aye. Moves carries 5-0. Now we're on regular business. And due to the people that are here to speak on 5C, I would like to move 5C forward. Unless I hear objections, fine. Ms. Madrid, would you introduce this one for us, please?
Sure. Thank you, President Pearson and members of the board. This item is regarding amending the CCSD municipal code relating to the affordable housing program. The board did designate an ad hoc committee who I would turn this over to at this time so they could advise the board of what their committee discussions have been.
Okay, thank you. If it's okay, since all these people are staying here waiting to speak on this issue, are we okay with letting them speak first?
Absolutely.
Before, and then we'll have our report, and then we can continue discussion. So, my apologies, I didn't think it would take that long to get through the regular business to this point, but first up to speak on this item is Mr. Mark Stites, and followed by Ms. Judy Sandoval. Please. Welcome, sir.
Thanks. I'm the pastor at Santa Rosa Catholic Church. I'm the pastor at Santa Rosa Catholic Church. Yesterday, at the conclusion of our religious education program, one of our grade school students was overheard saying to another kid, "I'm so excited I get to sleep on the couch tonight." And she could be considered one of the fortunate ones because most of the month she's sleeping on the floor. And there are other kids, according to our superintendent's office, 91 children in our school district are homeless. That's 15%. 75% almost of our students are in socioeconomically challenged households. Housing is a major issue for all of them, as is food and health care. I'd like to ask your consideration there I know people who sleep in shifts, sleep in garages, sleep in cars, certainly, use the kitchen only a couple times a week. By the way, these are people who are using water pretty much as it would be used if they had standard housing or not. The water issue, I realize, is very important, and it's a very precious one to me. I'm very concerned about the care for the earth. That's why I'm on the board of Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch, but I'm not here speaking from that capacity whatsoever. I want to talk to you about one thing that I'm seeing, and I'm not sure many people are aware of this. At least in my parish, Cambria, there is 75% perhaps senior, Anglo, and 25% maybe Spanish speaking. The vast majority of whom from the Spanish speaking community really need financial assistance or help, with the housing issue. They are often helping the people who are at home and have no licensed nursing care. And this is a huge issue of life and death now, especially if these home health care providers are not able to sleep or to get the proper rest they need to provide for those entrusted to their care. So I'd ask you to consider caring for all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy Sandoval, followed by Mr. Figueroa.
Mr. President and board members, I would like to thank you for your time. My name is Judy Sandoval. I work and live in motel and restaurant business. I also help represent over 30 families in San Simeon and in San Simeon Oceanside Inn. I help seek food, clothing, essentials, and other needs for the families in San Simeon, which allows me to work with many families that are living one paycheck away from being homeless. Because of the high rent that they pay to live and work in our area, most live paycheck to paycheck. Many families run low on food, clothing, diapers, and essentials. We are fortunate enough to receive assistance from the following groups: Food Bank, Cambria Connections, Vineyard Church, Santa Rosa Church, Children's Resource Network, Got Your Back Program, and other local organizations. At the age of 14, I was fortunate enough to be one of the first families to move into the affordable housing at the Schoolhouse Lane. My mother was a humbling single mother working part-time to take care of working three part-time jobs, making minimum wage, all while raising 3 children. We were that family living paycheck to paycheck. We were so fortunate enough to be one of the first families to move into the affordable housing. Over the next few years, my mother was able to save money from working those part-3-time jobs and raising us 3 children. We were able to afford our own home in Paso Robles. Living in affordable housing and seeing all the assistance my mother received for all of us 3 children sincerely shaped me to be the person that I am today with an awesome family. I am forever grateful for all those individual organizations that assisted us when we needed the help the most. I will forever be grateful for having had a safe roof and a place to live. That is the reason why I try to assist every family that calls me when they need an assistance. Please approve these changes.
Thank you. Mr. Figueroa, followed by Jerry Farrell.
Mr. President and board members, I am Fidel Figueroa. I own 3 restaurants and a motel in the Cambria area, and I have been in the Cambria Chamber Board for 4 years and started my 5th year. I am representing and speaking for many businesses, owners, and employees who are your constituents and could not be here today because they are working today but want their voices heard. I have witnessed a Chamber Board meeting that contacts to our board president for owners, managers, employees asking for help to bring affordable housing to Cambria. From my own experience and according to Chamber member motel and restaurant operators and other retail owners, there's extreme need for affordable housing for the employees. I know this firsthand in my own businesses Members not only have employees driving 60-plus miles each day for work in the Cambria and San Simeon area, but there are 4 and 5 families living in a single-family residence in Cambria. There are 55 families living in converted motel rooms in the area. According to People's Self-Help, there are 140 families waiting for affordable housing, many in the Cambria and San Simeon area. Employees are in the backbone of our community economy and include many of the small retail businesses owners or employees, motel and restaurants employees, firefighters, and teachers. Without them, Cambria might cease to be able to operate the community service district and provide Cambria services. I urge you to accept and approve the changes to the CSD Municipal Code today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Terry Farrell, followed by Jerry Farrell.
Good afternoon, President, Board. This isn't going to be complex. Yeah, it is. I read this material, 5C and 6F. It's well written and it's actually almost interesting. But what I got out of it was this. This is an extremely complex situation. And a lot of work has been done on it already. The federal government, the state government, the county, everyone says we need to do this. I'm not sure our community realizes that we're failing to take care of everybody. Somewhere in here it says, meet everyone's needs, and we're not meeting everyone's needs. And we're going to have to depend on the board to take the initiative and lead us through this, because it needs your kind of professionalism and your knowledge to make this happen. What I want to tell you is this. I don't think the community realized what a problem we have, but I'll bet if they did, I bet they would support you taking some action to initiate and make it feasible for us to put up some affordable housing. Not talking about lots, just let's start with one, a dozen units or whatever it takes to get it going. So it's all laid out here, and I know it's not easy, but it's thoughtful, and it started back, I think, in '90 or something like that, and someone had good intentions at the time. They wanted us to do this. Things kind of changed and got complicated. We need you to help us make it happen, and we want you to know that I believe, at least, the community will support you in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now Jerry Farrell, followed by Christine Heinrichs.
Hello. I've been asked to read this from one of the business owners here in town, and then I'll pass it around. We all know affordable housing is a major issue in our area. Independent small businesses, which help make Cambria such a wonderful, unique community to live in, have a great deal of trouble hiring and keeping quality staff due to the lack of affordable housing. As a small business owner and a member of the Chamber of Commerce, I support efforts to bring more available housing to Cambria. If we can open our arms, hearts, and community to a diverse range of families of all income levels, our town will be stronger and more vibrant for it. This is from Oz. And I truly support affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Heinrichs, followed by Mel Doran.
Thank you. Affordable housing is indeed a very difficult issue in Cambria, in San Luis Obispo County, across California, across the country. But addressing it by building more in Cambria is short-sighted and misleading. Building more suggests that increasing supply will help meet demand for affordable housing. But the supply of affordable housing is influenced by many other factors, including the advent of Airbnb. Renting units for short-term, essentially making them into motel units, easily earns more money for the owner than a long-term renter. That irresistible attraction has converted units that once were permanent housing into vacation stays. Communities across the country are grappling to find ways to manage this issue. The original idea of a homeowner renting out a room occasionally has led to abuses, such as making a business out of renting units. How much of that is happening in Cambria? The county typically rubber stamps minor use permits for supplemental housing units. They used to be called mother-in-law units, acknowledging the need for families to help out. How many of these are being used entirely as motel rooms for visitors now? Adding new construction under the guise of affordable housing is a cynical way to attempt to exploit a benign concept. Cambria does not have water to serve any new users. Cambria's sewer system is already under stress, as Director Farmer has pointed out. Adding more residents and more cars to clog the two-lane streets in the event of evacuation from wildfire is reckless. I'm not opposed to affordable housing. I'm in favor of smart water use, rational and fiscally responsible community planning, and safe wildfire management. Don't wave the flag of affordable housing to subvert those goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Mel Doran, followed by Crosby Swartz.
This is a complex issue. I called the planning department a few months back and asked how they do code enforcement for these Airbnbs, because I went on the Airbnb website and found about 10 that were available for rent October 19th through the 21st last year. The answer I got from them was, we don't do code enforcement. We rely on people to complain before we'll go out and check in these. There should be something that I'm thinking of as like cap and trade. Go out and do the enforcement. Make sure these are legal, lawful Airbnbs if they are. And if they are, fine. If not, close them down or fine the owners to a degree that will disincentivize them to do this. It draws a lot of water from our aquifer. It takes some of the reserve out. Shouldn't happen. We should not be police officers in our own community. The Department of Planning and Building should be doing this. It's their job. Second, let me just reinforce what Director Farmer said about 20 minutes ago, because there was no comment. $400,000 a month for a facility that doesn't produce anything is outrageous. Put that money toward affordable housing if you're going to do something. Make your priorities consistent with what the priorities of the community are. So I guess my question is that something you've looked at? Should be. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Crosby Swartz, followed by Kathy Picado.
Good afternoon, President Pearson and members of the board. This is just a follow-up to some comments I made at last month's meeting with respect to the providing a discount to the connection fee. In the agenda package then and today, there was no analysis of the fiscal impact to the district. It's not a big problem right now since we're not collecting a lot of connection fees, but in the future it could become a problem. It could amount to hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. You need to analyze what would the expense be to the district. The other thing you need to analyze is where is the money coming from? Is it coming from, for example, the Water Enterprise Fund, or is it coming from the general fund? It makes a legal difference as to how you're using the money, especially if it was originally allocated to one of the water or wastewater funds. Another thing that you should analyze is by changing the requirements to receive this discount from what is in the current ordinance to the county system, does that result in more builders qualifying or less builders qualifying to receive this discount? You really need to know these things before you commit the district to these changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Picado, followed by Ted Key.
Hello, my name is Kathy Preciado.
Sorry.
Good afternoon. To sustain a vibrant community here in Cambria, we must work to ensure adequate housing for all. Individuals become invested in their town when they feel secure in their homes and in their neighborhoods. Today, home ownership is out of reach for the average worker here in Cambria. The median sales price of homes is more than $700,000. The average worker in the county earns $47,000. So I could not purchase my house today, which I purchased 20 years ago. During those years, I was able to work at home and I raised my daughter. But I couldn't do that today. Affordable monthly rentals and year-long leases for families are practically non-existent. Property owners prefer to list their homes as vacation rentals or add individual rooms for individuals to rent, but not for families. For several years, I delivered Meals on Wheels, and one of the more colorful clients was a woman named Goldie who lived in the trailer park in Cambria, and the trailer park changed, well, it didn't change ownership, but it changed, and she had to leave. And now that property is for high-end manufactured homes. So all those people, and there were several that I delivered meals to, where are they? They can't afford to live here. And we have another rental mobile home park on Main Street, but that's for people over 55. So it's not for families. And as Father said, our schools service, maybe 3/4 of the children there are eligible to receive free or low cost food, and 15% of those children are homeless. So where do they live? It's 2 or 3 families in one house, or they live in cars, or they live in motel rooms. We should be ashamed of this. These families and individuals who are in desperate need of adequate housing already live here. They already work here. They attend our schools and they attend our churches. To my mind, there will not be an extreme increase in water usage because these people are already here. If these people are able to live in affordable, decent housing rather than substantial housing. The affordable housing we have now on Schoolhouse Lane has 24 units. It was built 22 years ago in 1997. We are way overdue. Local businesses cannot find and retain workers to staff their shops and restaurants. Businesses that used to produce things like posters, clothing, bicycles, they've closed and moved elsewhere. If we do not offer adequate housing for today's Cambrians, our town will face a bleak future. Thank you for carefully considering this most important issue.
Thank you, ma'am. Ted Key, followed by John Lynn.
I hadn't intended to speak particularly on this issue, but one must understand that, this affordable housing issue is big, big, big everywhere. Now, I was at a meeting not long ago. Mr. Niffen told me that he's paying some of his employees $15 an hour. I'd like to applaud him for that. I'm sure he's not real happy about that, but I do need to applaud him for that. So there's a number of ways of working with this thing. Let's look at, what these people can afford. Now, I'll tell you, I look at this business out here on Main Street going on, all these houses going up, and they were going up under the guise of affordable housing. Well, I don't see how that works. Those things are going to sell for $500,000 a piece or more. I don't get how that qualifies. I know that it got through the state somehow, and there was all kinds of mumbo-jumbo that got it through the state. But if that's affordable housing, we're on the wrong track, friends. So when you make these considerations, please make sure that you don't get the cart in front of the horse. Let's do it the right way. Thank you.
Thank you, John Lynn, followed by Miguel Sandoval.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm John Lynn. I've been here for 42 years, and I could tell you a lot of stories. I employ 120 people. I see it day in, day out. And I have, in all those years, it's just gotten worse and worse and worse. And all I want to do is to encourage you addressing the complexities that are involved, and I recognize that. This isn't an easy job that you've got in front of you. But if you can dovetail your documents better with the county's documents, I think we've got something that hopefully can serve to help a lot of people in this community that desperately need it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Miguel Sandoval, followed by Jim Behringer.
Mr. President and board members, my name is Miguel Sandoval. I manage 2 restaurants and 1 motel in the area. I am a director of the Chamber of Commerce board. Our properties average about 40 employees year-round. Most have rent housing because they cannot afford houses in Cambria. They would like to purchase a home for them and their families, but there is not affordable housing in the area, in the Cambria and San Simeon area. Many live in rentals, and there are 3 to 4 families living in a 2 or 3 bedroom house. 55 families live in converted motel rooms, and after they pay high rents and barely have enough money to survive, with donations. I have an email to read that was sent to the Chamber Board President Mel McCulloch. This email represents comments that have been made since the code changes was initiated last October. Good afternoon. I am a 68-year-old and have $60 a month left over after paying all my bills. I make fairly good money, but rent is so high that for people on a small budget, car payment, bills, and rent is up my budget. All the women that work here are in a same boat. Even though I work and make money, I was almost homeless before I found this little place. If rent goes up, I will be homeless. Thank you. Donna Holiday. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Behringer, followed by Ted Siegler.
Hello and thank you. I'll try and be brief. As most people know, the state of California has enacted sweeping legislation in 2017 and again in 2018 that repeals counties and city ordinances that restrict low-income housing and accessory dwelling units. So it's not really our issue. In a way it is. Land use authority remains strictly with the county. If you insist on inserting influence, any guidelines should be flexible enough to conform to the county codes as they change. And the county does have restrictions, covenants and restrictions on rents, rent amounts, and resale. So they won't become day-to-day apartments or B&Bs or anything like that. So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Ted Siegler, followed by Tina Dickinson.
Is your microphone on?
Yeah, it's on. He's just too tall.
Push. Okay. Okay, I'll start over. It's short anyway. Normally, I'd venture a guess that most of the people in this room are retired, and think Cambria is a great place to live. I'm glad to see that we've got much broader representation today because I think this is an important issue. We shouldn't lose sight of the fact that many people making our good lives possible here make the lives possible by working here. And these people range from teachers to landscapers to restaurant workers, just to name a few. It's a sad fact that many of those people who contribute so much to our community's vitality cannot afford to live here. The Community Services District has set aside prospective water positions. I think the number is 57. And that's well within the target limit of 4,650 connections. And those 57 are for affordable housing. Expanding the definition of affordable housing just makes sense to add workforce to the list of things. And it conforms with the county, and it's going to provide a better path, a wider path for people who work here to find a suitable place to live. I think it's also incumbent to treat these prospective water positions differently than the water wait list, and make allowance to move forward as we have resources available. So I support the change in the ordinance. I think it's the right thing to do for people who are often not well represented in the deliberations in this room. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina Dickinson, followed by Susan McDonald.
Excuse me, I just thought that might be his.
Thank you. This is a complex issue, but it didn't just happen now. It's been a problem for as long as I've lived here. One of the problems that I see are the folks that are very wealthy, and they come and buy 1 or 2 houses, and they live a long way away or not so far away, but they're not here very often, and so they rent their homes out for exorbitant amounts. I have across the street from me a young woman with 2 children. It's 900 square feet, and she's paying $2,300 a month, not including utilities. It's exorbitant, and I think one of the things that needs to be looked at, and because we are unincorporated, this may not be possible, but I think there needs to be an ordinance on rent control. I think we have seriously got to look at these exorbitant amounts that people are having to pay, whether they be from whatever ethnic race or whatever their background. It's hard for me because I was born in England after the war. We lived in a flat of about 400 square feet. 4 girls in 1 bedroom, mom and dad in a tiny living room put their couch down every night. We had nothing. I worked as a chambermaid at the age of 9, emptying chamber pots in a hotel. I know what it's like to be poor, believe me, and live in conditions that no one would ever dream of. But fortunately, we moved to Canada to make a better life, and we all worked. My whole family, all my sisters, we all worked, and we made it. But house cleaner that I hire, $25, $30 an hour. I'm willing to pay it as long as they do a good job. Whether they're Caucasian or Asian or Hispanic or African American, doesn't matter to me. But I am also surprised at this meeting to see folks who I wouldn't expect to be here. So I have to ask if there's also, is there also some expectation if the water meters are released for people's self-help housing, for low-income housing, that then the next step is for the water wait list? And I was really pleased that Mr. Siegler differentiated between those two, because if that's the issue, when we still are in a moratorium, Water Code 350, no CDP for a small amount of water relatively, we really need to pay attention. But I would say, I don't know, maybe legal counsel can answer the question about rent control, but can we do something? It is absolutely outrageous. I keep seeing on Nextdoor a studio in someone's house, bedroom, bathroom, $1,400 a month. How do we stop this? So please, I don't know how you guys can stop it or make changes, but if you can, and if the county can, then we need to work on it, because rent control, maybe you can answer this, legal counsel, because I don't know if we can do something. San Francisco, LA, they have rent control. What can we do? Thank you.
Thank you. Susan McDonald, followed by Mel McCullough.
Oh, good, it's my height. I'm going to start with a quote from Mr. Rogers. We live in a world in which we need to share responsibility. It's easy to say it's not my child, not my community, not my world, not my problem. Then there are those who see the need and respond. I consider those people my heroes. I want to commend staff for providing concise background and important current information on district, county, state, and federal affordable housing rules. I believe the crucial step toward actually providing much-needed housing for all members of our community begin right here. By changing the municipal code to cover not only the most vulnerable in our community, but also so many of the vital members of our workforce whose wages cannot keep up with rising housing costs. It is unjustifiable that so many are living in substandard conditions or forced to live far away from their workplace because they cannot afford to live here. Through the existing municipal code, the district has recognized the need for affordable housing for many, many years. Amending the code now will go a long way toward making that commitment a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Mel McCullough. Last but not least.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and board members. I'm Mel McCulloch, President of the Cambria Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today representing a very large majority of our 350 chamber members who are also your constituents. There are also many others of your constituents who could not be here today because they are working 2 or 3 jobs. They have to work each day to pay the high rents they are faced with. They need and want affordable workforce housing. Some that are here today will not speak, so I have agreed that I will speak for them. Those not speaking here today that ask that I speak for them, will you please stand? I see some out there that should be standing.
All right, let the record show that there's at least a dozen people standing now. Another 4 just stood up. Thank you.
By approving the recommended changes to the CCSD municipal code, the changes will create more affordable housing in Cambria. It will encourage private landowners to consider and be able to afford to build affordable housing that will rent or sell under the county-controlled price standards. Some have commented that we do not have the water available for affordable housing. The source of water for affordable housing in Cambria will come from a water saved from the district retrofit program. I can confirm from the past experience in building motels in the late 1980s and early 1990s in Cambria that the retrofit program works, and it works very well to conserve water. Water saved from retrofitting will provide for all of the affordable housing water needs. This has been proven in cities and counties all over the state. In Cambria, when a family or families move into affordable housing out of a house that they and 2 other families share, creates even more water savings, as there is the continuing use of their current water use, which is a wash, but also further water saving from the retrofitting required for each affordable house. It is clear to me, and should be clear to all, that if you replace toilets, dishwashers, washing machines, and water using fixtures that were installed years ago with the newest water-saving fixtures that are available today, there can be a substantial water saving. You can see the current water uses by each fixture on the CCSD website. I urge the board to adopt and approve today the changes to the CCSD municipal code that have been presented today. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another one, Leslie Richards.
So I'd like to start backwards with what Mel McCullough just said. Leslie Richards, Cambria resident. The water retrofit program has been non-existent since 2000. We have a point system now where you actually buy into it. I built my house in 98, 99, and I was one of the last actual residential retrofits in the actual city at this point. So I appreciate that the People's Self-Help Housing was able to retrofit their hotel, their first original complex to get points, but currently right now on the actual single-family usage building situation, there are no retrofits. So this is the land of magical thinking. I can buy into the program and purchase points from the district at this point if we were to open the wait list. But the idea that we have all these houses retrofit, we've already done that. So let's move on from that. The proposed amendments are unnecessary. Moderate and workforce housing. Workforce housing is being used here in a very creative way. I don't see a $750,000 house as a workforce housing. If we keep this to extremely low income, very low and lowest income houses, I think this is a great idea if we can lock it down to low income housing. But what we're happening like on Main Street right now, we have $500,000 double wide trailers for sale. I can't afford to even buy one of those trailers. I don't consider myself a low income, I consider myself moderate, but at this point, saying that those are low income housing establishments on Main Street is ludicrous. So I want to tie down this order even tighter. And the irony is, we don't have control over the planning anyhow on these issues. But the enforcement of low income housing is what concerns me too on this. And we have a project here now that's in the pike right behind People Self Housing, which is in your agenda packet today. It's the Boris Pilch LLC. We have actually developers now who are using this low-income housing changes to go ahead and develop projects here. The Pilch project, the 12 units that are supposedly low-income housing, 2 are low-income housing. The other 10 are moderate $500,000 projects. I would like that bungalow, Cambria bungalows, to be all low-income housing, to control it, to have controlled rents. I think this is a fantastic idea. I want to support and help our community. But as a developer who has developed houses in town, this is going to be taken advantage of and used in a negative way. We're going to, it's called a workaround. I can use your new order now to go ahead and actually work around on the wait list. We have individuals here who are on the wait list who are proposing us to go ahead and change this order and code for the district because it benefits them down the line as well. So I am completely opposed to adding moderate or workforce housing in the $750,000 category. Director Rice had put it on the overhead of one of the meetings here, the actual breakdown of what these categories are. And I think we should leave it with truly the low income. We should have a rent control, and we should guarantee that the next agenda item for the Boris Pilch LLC Cambria bungalows should all be low income housing, not just 2 out of the 12. Again, a cool change under a cool category. We need this, we desperately need this, but it's going to be abused. I can guarantee you as a developer that there is people talking and chomping the bits right now to go ahead and use this amendment today to go ahead and start doing exactly what Boris Pilch did here. That's just the nature of the beast here. If you can find a workaround, you're going to work it any way you can. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all for all of your comments. Well spoken all. I'd like to recognize Director Rice. Are you ready to open the discussion with the board?
Sure. So for folks here today, and I didn't bring an overhead like I did last month, when you're looking at what the rental limits are for housing under the affordability program, the one that the county would be enforcing on anything that was built, if you are looking at a 2-bedroom place and you qualify for workforce, which means you have 2 people in the household making at least $34 an hour and working full-time, the maximum rent for 2-bedroom at that workforce level is $2,800 a month. Now, those of you who support affordable housing, is that affordable? No. But that's what the limits are, okay? At the workforce level, that's what the county says. It's not you have to charge that, but that's the ceiling. So people could charge less than that. But it doesn't qualify for workforce if you're paying that much. And again, there's a lot of calculuses involved, and I am 100% in favor of affordable housing. And if the trade-off is there's developers who want to work around the system, I think if we go in with our eyes wide open and the board decides that trade-off is worth it, then that's what we should do. So Mr. Carmel, I just have a couple of questions. This ordinance has been in place for quite a while, and the board has determined that because affordable housing needs to be supported and needs to be available, if it was 2005, let's say, the moratorium's only been on for 4 years, somebody comes forward with a project that's affordable, there's these 56 sitting there, they don't have to be on a wait list. Is that correct?
I think Monique's going to have to help me with this, but no, I don't believe they do at this point because we have 56 available units.
So we've had these 56 available units sitting there, and nobody has come to us to apply. And perhaps maybe I'm missing something, but is that because in order to use those, they can only they're restricted to building something that is up to low income versus moderate and workforce inclusion?
I have no idea what the reason is. I know that it's restricted to lower now. That may have been one of the reasons. The moratorium may have been one of the reasons. I think generally people don't recognize the fact that affordable housing can move forward under our code, can move forward. So that in and of itself may have discouraged affordable housing. What this ordinance does is it has a provision in there that says specifically intent to serve letters can, at the board's discretion, can be issued and a project can move forward subject to available water.
And would it be a true statement that any new connection, whether multifamily, assuming this change happens today to this ordinance, that if you're building a property that's affordable, every single piece of that meter, that new connection has to be affordable, or just some part of it has to be affordable?
Well, I think the affordable component can move forward under the changes to the code. In other words, if there was 2 affordable units in a 10-unit complex, those 2 could move forward. The other eight couldn't.
Okay. So if it's market rate housing, then it wouldn't be able to go forward with the project just because it has being built by one person or one developer per se. Then you're not looking at a connection for all of them if they're not affordable.
That's correct. The way it's worded, eligibility projects or affordable housing units within a larger project. So those units could move forward.
But not that phrase couldn't be misinterpreted in some way that would allow for the other units, the market rate units, to go forward.
We'd be interpreting it, so no.
Okay. Another question I have, I wish we could have some kind of rent control, and I know that there's cities in this state that do that and get a lot of flack, and the state has tried a couple of times and hasn't been able to get anything to go on that.
It was on the ballot last election.
Yeah, it failed on that. Housing people spend a lot of money to not have it get passed. But so when we talk about having connections that are affordable, is there a way that we could restrict them from not being able to be used as short-term rentals?
Well, again, all of the restrictions and the covenants are tools of the county.
Okay.
We can certainly work with the county. I know the county has a very strict program that works. So that to me is not really an issue. When they sign their agreements for either rentals or ownership,
okay,
they're signing something that says if you violate this, you lose the privilege. You lose the benefit of it. And as a result, we can certainly join with the county and make sure that they're enforcing their own covenants and restrictions.
Okay.
But those aren't ours, and we wouldn't be able to impose them ourselves.
I see. So there, because there's no tool for us within our authority in order to do that. But we could work with the county to help make sure that if somebody buys a house that's counted as affordable with those restrictions, doesn't rent it out as short term.
We could, and we would.
Okay. I just have one more question, and I should have said this right at the very start, which is I appreciate Director Steidel and I worked together, and she put up with a fair amount of me hemming and hawing and arguing and disagreeing, and she has been gracious in her interactions with my sometimes irrational. I have my own personal housing issues, so, it's hard sometimes to keep those things outside, because I definitely pay more than 35% of my income, which that's what's supposed to be affordable. If you're paying more than 35% of your income, whether you're a senior, whether you're retired, whether you're a waitress, whether you're a newspaper reporter, if you're paying more than 35%, and that's not just rent, that's supposed to include your utilities. That's supposed to include utilities. So if you're paying more than that, then technically you're not at a level that's considered affordable. That's that's a hard place to be. So thank you to Director Steidel for putting up with some of my, because I think affordable housing is really important. There's a lot of authority. There's a lot of pieces and ways to address it, including increasing people's pay, but $15 an hour is not going to get you out of the low income category, period. And we can't, we have no authority for doing that. I mean, one of the ways to close that gap is to pay more, but that we have absolutely nothing we can do about that. It's needed. We should probably, as a district, do a better job of explaining how much it's really needed instead of just anecdotal, this family here, that family there. Because there are numbers out there that 80% of the people in this county can't live in housing that is not considered affordable by those standards. So I think there's a lot that needs to be done, and our new governor is going to address a lot of that. My concern comes with, I don't know what the difference in pricing is between workforce and market rate. And how many people in our community would qualify for workforce level or moderate versus what we currently allow under the affordable housing. Because clearly nobody's come forward because they can't make it pencil out. And you're going to have a developer do these things because a low-income person does not usually have the resources to do the building. So whether it's a single house or a multi-family, multi-unit project, there's just not a realistic, maybe I'm wrong about that, but it doesn't seem to me that the resources are there if you are one of the people who would qualify. So if you're a developer and you're looking, how do we do this? I do think we need to be providing these things, and I don't want to be getting in the way of that. I don't see how our current ordinance is doing anything to stop people, except that people didn't know that they could apply for building these affordable units. I appreciate everyone indulging me in my discussion of this today, and I really want to see a situation where we don't have 91 kids that don't know where they're sleeping. They don't have a place or a refrigerator they can hang their artwork on. I mean, that's crazy. It's crazy. We cannot fix all these things, but we need to act like a community. And that means doing everything we can as a district within our authority to allow for those people who can afford to build these things and either sell or rent them to do so. If this change is going to make a rush toward our district to try and build these affordable units, then I'm okay with that, because I think that it's important that we need to provide these facilities for folks. And I know the county is looking at all of their programs, so I'm glad that we have the section that we have discretion to not give the higher discount of connection fees, depending on what the level of the affordability is, which is, I think, encourages people to build at the lower end because you get a bigger discount on the connection fee than you would at the higher, the moderate and the workforce. So I appreciate that those terms were added in.
Good, thank you. Director Steidel, the other member of the ad hoc committee.
I'd like to provide a review of the items specific to the ordinance and not try to address and resolve every action or concern of affordable housing as a whole, which is a very broad-based and social topic reaching far beyond what is intended or required by this ordinance revision. So to take it back to basics, as a starting point has been mentioned, please remember that land use authority is with the county. Our district code needs to align with the county code in eligibility definitions. There are types of affordable housing. Our district code right now is generic in that it calls out lower income housing. The county code is very specific. It has 5 categories. Workforce is the highest. There is extremely low, very low, low, moderate, and workforce. By the way, as you've heard, the district CCSD does not define or control these categories and their associated values. Those are determined by the county, and they consider the county as a whole, not just Cambria as a community. The revision of the second item is the revision of the 50% reduction for hookup fees shall be available to lower income affordable housing projects, which is in the district code currently. That is an authority of our district, not the county code. What this is requesting is that the shall be is revised to may be, and the 50% is revised up to 50%. So it's a sliding scale that can be zero if that's deemed the appropriate action. The multiple levels of affordable housing identified required definition of which levels the fee consideration should be made, not just lower income housing. And this ordinance revision now says that those can be considered just for the lowest 3 levels. That would be extremely low, very low, and low. It does not even say that it could be considered for moderate or for workforce. The third item is there's some elimination of unnecessary language, applying either land use constraints or planning and building constraints not defined or applied by county code and therefore not within the authority of the district. There's also elimination of language that affordable housing must be projects that are nonprofit 501(c) generation. The county code, again, does not apply that kind of limitation. And my perspective is that if a project can meet all the requirements and be creative enough to create a reasonable return from the owner, then why limit the methods that can address the needs of the community? And we've certainly heard some of that today, the needs of the community. The fifth one are that concerns that the affordable housing projects will morph into real estate conversions in the general housing market. The ordinance revisions here affording protections for ensuring the financial eligibility and maintaining the status of the property as affordable housing are embedded in these revisions to the ordinance. And this is defined in 2 ways. The first one is project owners must contract with a third-party housing corporation or housing authority within the county to assess eligibility for occupancy. That's also part of the county code. The second item is that property owners must comply with the application and administrative procedures established by the district, including demonstration of executed covenants restricting the use and affordability of the property. And that's as required by the county. For your reference, the county restricting covenants are there are actually 3 different categories of this, and this is probably why you hear different years associated with this concept. For the for sale units, there's a 45-year covenant of maintaining that as affordable housing. For inclusionary housing units sold as an ownership unit, there's a 30-year covenant that's applied, which infers or says that someone can't have an ownership unit and then automatically turn around and try to sell that for a higher price for profit. There's a 30-year limitation on that. For rental units, it's 55 years. And if the ownership changes hands during that 55-year period, a new 55-year term is applied. So that is extraordinarily restrictive. The rest of what I wanted to talk to really probably refers more to some of the items that have been discussed in public forum. And one of them is that affordable housing needs growth. And I think what we need to discern for ourselves is that growth does not mean uncontrolled growth. We control our own destiny with regard to the quantity and the timing of how these things happen. And that's further strengthened in the district code revisions that are being offered with the addition of a paragraph that describes the flexibility of the board in considering issuance of intent to serve letters. People want to know where the water comes from. And actually where it comes from was defined by the North Coast Area Plan, which directs the CCSD shall reserve available water and sewage treatment capacity for the following priority uses. And item B of that is affordable housing. And the CCSD shall reserve sufficient water and sewer capacity to serve affordable housing. And they say that prior to issuance of any further water will serve letters, the district shall provide the county a program to accommodate a limited number of affordable housing units each year. That was done. That's why we have 57, 56, 55, whatever the appropriate number may be, that are available for affordable housing. The program shall be consistent with the definitions of affordable housing in the county housing element. And what that means is that we have a reserve capacity through the establishment of the demand offset program, which has been in place for decades. And we have replaced the current district code language of lower income housing with the county designations, and so that aligns itself to satisfying a requirement of the the North Coast, the NCAP plan. Cambria has control over its own destiny. Our district code and the county's affordable housing provisions recognize the limited water resources available to us, plus the proposed amendments clarify and provide a mechanism for the board to allow or not allow an affordable housing project to proceed. So, in review, number one, the ordinance provides alignment to county code definitions, and two, therefore, the alignment to the NCAP direction. Number three, it eliminates language which is not within the jurisdiction of the district, and it requires compliance with county language for determination of eligibility for occupancy and by contracted third party, and as a number four. And then number five, it requires demonstration of properly executed covenants regarding the restricted use and affordability of the property as required by the county. So when someone comes to the CCSD, they have to demonstrate that they actually have executed those covenants legally on the property, which would address those year applications that I mentioned earlier for designation of affordable. So, President Pearson, I'd like to move that to introduce ordinance 012019, amending section 8.04.110 of the Cambria Community Services District Municipal Code relating to affordable housing program, and waive further reading.
Okay, do I have a second? We can have more discussion, so do I have a second?
I would second that.
All right, we have a motion, more discussion now. I see both of you. Vice President Farmer, why don't you start?
I'm sorry. Can I just really quickly, I think that what Cindy and I have both taken a fairly long period of time and different styles of approaching is for both of us to say, this is something we need to do. I have reluctance relating to specifically the workforce, but I still think this is something we need to do regardless of whether that workforce definition is in there or not. So I don't know if that affects the comments you're going to make, but I just want to make it clear that even though we said it in different ways, we're both in saying the board needs to be doing this taking this action.
Good, thank you. Again, Vice President Farmer.
Thank you, President Pearson. First, I want to concur with most everything that Director Rice said a little while ago. When Pastor Stites got up and talked about the number of homeless children in this community and the large percentage of people that are living in compromised housing circumstances with the availability of using a kitchen or a bathroom, just having water availability. Where I live, there are 3 residences within 5 minutes of where I live where multiple families live, Hispanic families. And I'll see the children out playing, and I'll wave to them, and they smile, and I'll wave at some of the residences as I go by. And I'm often wondering how they live in such crowded conditions, knowing that they're all out there working, and yet having to, like I say, live in very difficult circumstances. I was listening to Ms. Sandoval talk about how important being able to live on Old Schoolhouse Lane was for her and her mother and her family, and how she's been able to improve her life because she had that opportunity to not just live on Schoolhouse Lane, but to take advantage of other services that were available. And Mr. Figueroa, business owner, talking about the people that work for him and obviously work 2 or 3 jobs as a result. I think it says a lot about this community that a number of people who are fairly well off in this town came here to speak on this issue in support of the need for affordable housing to assist folks that contribute to this community, as I say, working 2 or 3 jobs, and yet many of them have to leave this area because they can't afford to live here. Not that it's important that I talk about my own personal circumstance. I'm just fortunate enough to have lived in the same small studio over a garage for almost 26 years now, and drive a 51-year-old car. And the only reason I'm able to live where I live is because a number of years ago the landlord decided they wouldn't raise my rent, or else I'd be in a pretty difficult set of circumstances. Well, I mean, I already am financially, but it would be even more challenging. So I'm just saying that in some small way, I can empathize with what many people are going through. This morning, I happened to walk past the neighbor's house and ran into a woman, who used to live with him on a friendship basis, because this woman had been unable to find housing in this community, even though she works here in a job that she enjoys, but hadn't been able to find a place that she could afford. And I had heard from him recently, my neighbor, that this woman had finally been able to find adequate housing that she could afford, and her son had moved in there over on Park Hill. And this morning I'm walking by and I see her there. And I say, I'm not going to mention her name, I say, boy, I'm so glad to hear you found a place to live and you're really happy and everything's working out. And she said, well, Harry, actually, the landlady just told me that she's decided that she's not going to make it a long-term rental anymore. She's changing it to a vacation rental, and I'm having to move out. Well, this woman was able to find another place to live, but it's more expensive than where she's already living, and she's going to have to make some serious lifestyle changes to afford the place that she's moving into. And she said, I was just grateful I was able to find this place. And, I've spoken to many people, such as myself, who have had to leave this community, even though they work here, because they can't afford to live here anymore because people are raising rents. This is a serious issue around morality as to people concerned about their own short-term economic self-interest versus the overall well-being of the people that live in this community. And whether it's white folks like myself, or the Hispanic community that provide the services that make this community run. It's such a challenging issue. And I don't know, it's going to sound like I'm making a platitude when I say my heart goes out to everyone, whether, like I say, it's the Hispanic community here that work hard just to survive in this town and live here and contribute, or it's whether folks like myself who have to leave this town because they can't afford the rents. I don't know what the answer is, but somehow adjusting the situation so we can create affordable housing for everybody is certainly a mandatory thing. And like I said, I really appreciate John Lynn and Mel McCullough, the head of the Chamber of Commerce, you know, and a business owner who employs 110 people, many of them who work hard and, you know, can't afford to live here in many ways. Whatever the board can do, and obviously land use is a county issue, it's not necessarily something we have control over, but this board and this district need to do everything that we can to accommodate the needs of all the people who are challenged in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Director Howe.
No, thank you. I have some questions first, just so I can get clear. On the, is it 56 or 57 connections that remain?
I believe it's 57. I believe Habitat for Humanity had a position or an intent to serve list, and it was returned to the affordable housing numbers.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's be clear. Those aren't left. Okay, there's 33 of those that have been designated.
That was my next question.
No, no. It's 57. The 33 are separate.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. That was my next question. So we are talking about 33 for not in this particular item, but in addition, we're having 56 others. And do I understand correctly that that's all affordable? It's not just multifamily.
No,
Correct.
Affordable.
It's affordable.
It's all affordable.
Is there also a multifamily list as well, or is
There is a multifamily.
and how many
list.
are on that one?
On the wait list?
On the multifamily wait list, because as I understand, that's separate.
There's no affordable housing on the multifamily wait list. It's just
Right.
multifamily.
So let me get clear. We have three wait lists. We have the affordable housing wait list. No, see, that's why I'm getting confused. If I don't understand it, you can't expect the rest of the
We have
folks to do it either.
single-family residence, multifamily, and commercial. And then we have an affordable housing allocation, but it is not a wait list.
So it's in addition to the wait list.
Correct.
It's 56 allocations you've set aside specifically for affordable housing.
Right.
So
And
those are the projects that could move forward theoretically.
And those, if they move forward, do not decrease the number of multifamily.
No.
Okay,
they're
I
not-
just wanted to get clear. So there are, it's not a wait list, but there are in fact at least three different groups of connections.
Right.
I apologize, Don, but perhaps this will help because I was really confused by this.
Okay.
Because, for instance, the Pilch started out with 12 multifamily. And then one of the extensions determined that 2 of the 12 needed to be determined to be deemed affordable housing. And the affordable, if you think of affordable housing as a designation rather than as, you can be multifamily and affordable.
Oh, yeah, I understand that.
And-
I
and
just wanted to
so
see how many different
that's
pools
why-
there are of
yeah,
connections.
yeah,
So we
yeah,
have three
so-
different connection pools.
I was thinking of affordable housing in a segregated manner in the way that you were asking the question, and it wasn't in terms until I had the conversation about the fact that affordable housing is a legal designation in covenant against the property rather than.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. So I think we're clear on that part. But we throw again, this is just for clarity. Could either Director Rice or Director Steidel, could you give us the concrete numbers for the income levels for the 5 different? I think people need to hear that.
I think I can, because I've got the code on my computer.
I do have the numbers. It's very complicated. I can give you the cement truck, but not the concrete.
Cement truck's good.
because this is why I can only do one or the other, and there are levels of income that make, but it also depends on how many people are in your household, whether you qualify.
Yeah.
So at a single person household is a different amount calculated out by, and then you also have to calculate in, if it's a rental, how many bedrooms there are. So the calculus involved is, so do you want the income limits for certain household numbers, or what are you looking for?
Well, just to
the
get us-
property rent values or sales values? What are you looking
Let's
for?
just get to, because we're just throwing this term affordable around.
Right.
And it really doesn't mean anything without a number attached, because what I can afford and what somebody else can afford will be very
Correct.
different. So to keep it simple, though, let's say an average family of, say, 4 people, and go from there, you know?
Okay, so a family of 4 in this county, according to something updated on January 8th, 2019, for four-person household, extremely low in order to qualify. Extremely low income for a 4-person is $25,000. For very low income, it is $41,600. For low income, it's $66,550. You're looking at median income in this county is $83,200 for a 4-person household. Moderate income is $99,850, and workforce is $133,120. And part of that calculation is that 35 or 30% number of your income is supposed to be what? That's how, kind of where they get the rental amounts.
I just wanted to get that clear so that all those people who have come here and are very concerned need to see where they fit in this, you know, and that we're not offering something which may not actually be available to them. So having said that, since we're really only discussing a change to the ordinance, I'm not going to go into the people's self-help thing at this point. However, it is kind of related, but we'll forget that. So I guess where the problem I'm having with this, I have no problem with regard to having our code mirror what the county code is. That seems totally reasonable. And from having looked at the county code, one thing which I see is that Cambria is singled out as one of the areas which, even though affordable housing is not subject to the current zero growth rate, Cambria is one of the communities which is called out and saying that it's true, it's not subject to the zero growth rate, but if Cambria doesn't have water, Cambria can decline to go forward. That is something that we can do. And so from that point, Director Steidel is correct that we are in control of our destiny, at least that much. So I have no problem with that, and we'll definitely vote for that. Where I do have some difficulty, however, and why I will have to vote against this unless it's amended, is I am not in favor of the incentive fees. And let me explain why. It isn't that I don't think there should be incentive fees, but 2 things. First of all, we need to have a concrete idea of what we're talking about, and we're talking about a lot of money. For example, in a 33-unit complex where our current fees, counting both sewer and water, just for ease of arithmetic, amount to nearly $20,000. 20,000 times 33 is 600 and something $1,000. That's more than $500,000 that we're talking about not collecting, which would mean that other people in the district will have to make up the difference of the loss of income that we would have otherwise received. And it's important to remember that what we then have moved is we've gone from one, we've just moved it into another bucket and hitting somebody else's pocket. So I'm not in favor of that. If we were the only ones offering an incentive, I would be in favor of it. But in this case, the county has embarked and is still in the process of preparing a very, very ambitious plan to offer incentives countywide for this. And so, and this is a burden that really needs to be shared by the county, not just by this little community. Housing in San Luis Obispo County is in serious short supply. We're not the only ones having this problem. And it's the county, the whole county, where this, and without going into detail, that there's, at least just by way of example, that nothing is yet in stone yet, but one thing which is proposed is a rather draconian charge against, as on the property tax of second homes, which I presume would be also all those Airbnbs out there that everyone's worried about. We're talking about an additional $7,000 at least assessed against all of those properties. So there's a lot of, they're looking at collecting a lot of money from various sources that will be used as an incentive for these programs. So I do not believe that it is this community's, considering our already strapped resources, I think affordable housing is important. We need to do it, but we need it. We don't want to run out of water, so that is an important concern, but that's not what we're talking about for this particular thing. But I do not think that, as nice as it would be to offer incentives, I think that at present the county is looking into that, and I think we should let that go forward and take it out of ours. So I will vote for it if we could amend it. I will be glad to vote for this.
Yeah, can you clarify that? I don't think
Yeah.
what we're actually voting on, there's no incentives spelled out anymore.
Yeah, but it says we may,
Except
and
for
I don't want to even have it.
Yeah.
I don't want it in there at
Let me
all.
address that. There's a allowance that the board may give a waiver of up to half of the connection fee. So you're not talking about 600,000. You're talking more about 300,000. And it's only as part of a refund once the county certifies that they've entered into the affordability agreements and such, and that only applies to the lower end income affordability and not to the moderate and workforce. And here's why I think that incentive is good, especially in a place like Cambria where it is difficult to build affordably. And it is important, and we want to encourage people who are going to build, especially on the lower end, by giving only the ones that are on the lower end, giving the board the authority to waive part of that fee up to half, but not necessarily. It could be zero, which means that any project that goes forward under the ordinance changed to how it's been proposed.
Case by case.
Yeah, it's a case by case, exactly. It's case by case, and the board decides on each one whether it is. And I think that it's not just incentivizing affordability generally. It's especially incentivizing at those lower levels where it's most needed. In my reading through all of the things. So to me, that particular incentive of potentially getting a partial waiver, which makes it kind of up in the air for the developer, of course, but that's not what we need to be making the decision based on. We need to make the decision based on the community and the district's needs. Not having that in there and amending it so that we don't give a discount to those lower end is going to create a lot more moderate and workforce than probably I would support. I would like to see us be kind of giving a little bit of a boost to the lower end to make it easier. So that's my reasoning for it. It is permissive and not required too, is the other thing that was changed in it, as Cindy clearly outlined in her discussion of the item.
I guess, may I respond? Yeah. Yes, and in fact, as we could see just from the income levels that you mentioned, I think the kind of housing that most of the public who've been good enough to come today are interested in are probably at the lower level. And if it's possible to skew things so that development can proceed in that direction, that does seem to make a good idea. But the other part that bothers me about it, and maybe there's wording that I would find better to me, is in fact the discretionary part of it. If we were to say,
Okay, thank you. You want to speak to this anymore, or?
Well, I do agree with what Director Rice was indicating, and I understand entirely what you're saying, Director Howell. I think, though, too, the discretionary part comes in where you start talking about things like a small project, where the idea of providing the opportunity to a project or a builder where you have limited ways to be able to work with a mix of affordable housing in the total project that you're working with, limited for you. And so being able to get that kind of benefit for driving you toward the lower levels of housing probably has a greater effect. If you get into large projects where you have much more flexibility in being able to establish the mix of housing that you've be able to use, and be able to come up with the best kind of the owner, project manager, builder would be able to come up with the best kind of mix that they could work with financially for the best profit they could get, then maybe in those circumstances they don't get the exception. And you know that's it's zero across the board because they have more asset to work with to be able to come up with their profitability.
The other thing I'd like to say on that one is, okay, let's say somebody comes with a 20-unit multifamily project that they want to do. And they initially come to us and they say, well, we're going to build 4, okay, in keeping with the county's percentages and stuff. 4 of these are going to be low income, and the rest will all be moderate or medium, okay? And we tell them, well, we're not going to give you any incentives if you're going to do that kind of project, but if you'll go 50-50, 10 and 10, all right, then we'll give you a 25% discount on the connection. It gives us a little bit of leverage and a little bit of negotiating with these people. And the other thing is that housing is so expensive to build because we've put so many codes in place. A new house has to be fully sprinklered now, okay? And it has to have a certain kind of roof and has to have certain kind of toilets. All of these things add enormous amounts of cost. And that's why we haven't had people coming forward and saying, hey, I'd like to do the affordable housing and use some of those 57, 56 units, because they can't even break even trying to build nothing. That's why the only 100% low income that's going to happen is by a nonprofit organization, people self-help. Okay? That's why they're the only ones that are able to build that, is because they build it with funds that they get from donations and other things, right? So if you're asking a developer to try to do that, it's very, very difficult. So keeping some incentives alive, I think, is important, and handcuffing us where it would be, I'm not sure. Okay, I'm not sure.
And if I could make this additional argument about it, if the ordinance had been changed before People's Self-Help Project that you referred to earlier had come through our process, instead of being 50%, that's what it is, we would have had discretion to say, well, we can't really tell the county how many affordable at each level, but we can say, if you build something that is at the lower end, we're going to say, yes, we like that. And it might be the case that that 600,000 that we will be refunding half of, we might only be refunding 25% if this ordinance was in as it is being proposed right now. Taking it out, we might get the full amount. We might not have those 33 units built at all.
Well, that's a good point, and I can see the logic to it. I just would rather see less discretion. Although, could it be reworded that maybe? Would you mind? Let's look at the wording itself.
It is at the board's discretion and not staff's discretion, so it does have to come to the board.
I understand that. Yeah.
Okay. Do we want to ask our counsel to read the paragraph? Is that what you're asking for? Are you able to pick that up and read that for us?
In order to encourage the development of affordable housing units meeting the county's extremely low income, very low income, or lower income eligibility requirements only, the Board of Directors may provide the following incentives. The water and sewer connection fee may be reduced by up to 50% of each unit constructed. Such reduction shall be in the form of a refund once the housing units are completed.
So I'm sorry, okay.
Sorry.
So it does name the income, the level.
Yeah, the three lowest.
The three lowest. Could we make it maybe not the three lowest, maybe the two lowest or something? Get it a little further down? If that's really here's the deal. Most of the folks we're talking about are making probably less than $15 an hour. And if you really want to encourage something that they can afford, then I think we need to restrict it to that.
Extremely low and very low.
You mean like the difference between the very low and the low income?
Well,
low
yeah,
income,
what's
4-person household, 66 grand a
Low
year.
income, 66 grand a year? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's low enough to give them a little bit of.
Yeah, and it's up to that. It's up to 60. Above 60, they can't.
Oh, no.
I have a question. When somebody pays a connection fee, just in general, like we actually know this kind of thing because we've been in a moratorium so long, we're kind of out of our element here when we're talking about giving new meters. But when somebody pays a connection fee because they're going to connect, regardless of their affordability level, if it's market rate or not, does that connection fee include the cost to the district of actually working to make the pipe connect?
It's supposed to.
No. Pablo can correct.
So there's an additional thing that is paid, I'm just using the People's Self-Help as an example, but there's a separate charge that the district charges for actually sending our staff out to make that connection?
No. Well, no, they make the connection themselves. We inspect it. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Pablo or Monique. They connect themselves. We inspect it. They pay an inspection fee, but that's not a significant component of the fees.
Okay. And I'm assuming they pay for the physical meter, which is probably not a huge cost. No, that's included with the connection fee, is that?
Right.
If anybody didn't notice, we do need to revise our connection fee to include the $9 million loan.
And fire sprinklers.
Okay. Thank you. I thought that would.
I'd like to follow up on that question because the connection fees themselves, do they go into like the water connection fee? Does that go into the water fund? So it can be used for other purposes such as maintenance? Yes. And same way with the sewer side goes into the wastewater.
That's right.
So the water fund connection fee, that section, could be used to pay off our loan, for example. Okay, just wanted to get very clear about that. Well, I think you folks have kind of argued me out of my position, but I wanted to still close with one thing. We need to be careful about spending other people's money. And that's one thing that former boards have not been very good about. And so I just wish to point out that by not collecting a portion of a connection fee, which can be a significant amount of money, that is money that if the district is in need of money, as for example, paying off this loan, that money is going to have to come from somewhere. So it's going to have to come from the rates, which means that we could possibly have to raise the rates. And that means it's going to hit a whole lot of other people, including people who they may have moved here with a lot of equity and may be living in a nice house, but they may be living on their Social Security, and they might get tapped out. So we have to be very considerate here that not everybody that's living in a nice place necessarily can afford all of this stuff that we're trying to put on their backs.
So to that point, is it the case that we could, as a board, determine to set it so that the amounts that are not collected or that are refunded for these are actually come from the general fund instead of having it be a hit to the water or sewer fund, that it would come from the property tax funds? Is that possible? I know we can't go from money that comes into water and wastewater. Is it possible that we could say because I know when we have people who are having their bills subsidized, that can't come from the rates of the other customers, so it comes from the general fund.
I think you can.
So we could, it's not that way right now, but we could do something that would say that was the case, and not that it coming from property taxes, which helps fund parks and fire and some of the admin, not that that's a good place to take it from either, yes. But if we're trying, if our overarching goal is to provide for more affordable housing, and this might incentivize it, I think it's worth doing.
Well, the other thing is that if we're in a situation where the analysis of cost is indicating that the lack of those hookup fee payments are in some way driving something for rates, it's entirely within our means to make it zero. We don't have to do anything. And if for some reason there would be that indication that it was a rate impact, then you just make it zero.
Yeah, and I think also we're limited to the 57 right now, so we're limiting that also, right? You know, anybody who wants to be beaten from the wait list, if we ever get to that point and we ever do open that, if, then those would be full 100%. Okay. Only if you turn on your microphone.
Yes. Folks have been very good about arguing me down from where I was there, but
well, we're not trying to argue you out of your position. We're having a good discussion in order to make clarity.
Right.
Okay,
right.
Get clarity here. Okay.
Yes. Now I got distracted, and I'm not sure what I was going. No, it's gone now. It'll come.
All right. Well, when it comes back, Vice President Farmer would like to have the floor for a minute.
A little while ago, Director Rice was quoting some figures as to if you're at a certain status, and this is how much you make. You know, amounts that boggled my mind, but I'm still living in past salaries. I don't know if anyone saw it, and I think this was what President Rice was referring to, an article last week in the front page of the Tribune, that San Luis Obispo County is the 7th least affordable area to live in the United States. Even less affordable than New York City or Honolulu, Hawaii. And the amount of money that it costs, 80% of the people that live here can't afford to buy a home here in this county. You have students at Cal Poly that are living out of their vehicles. I mean, we've got some kind of crisis going on, but what I wanted to get back to is, with regard to our community right here, I believe that the board has discussed in the past lowering at least lowering the cost of water and sewer for folks that are, let's say, economically challenged. I lost my train of thought with regard to the point I wanted to, it's probably about an hour ago or so, and I saw a young lady. It's no problem. And I saw a young lady who was here with the crowd exiting the room with her daughter, who was dressed in pink, probably about 3 years old. And, you know, I wonder, for folks that are living in, you know, really difficult circumstances in our community with regard to how crowded it is, how difficult it is just to make it at the end of the month, to put food on the table, and how it affects and maybe I'm getting too metaphysical here, but how circumstances like that affect people's sense of self-worth, self-esteem, no matter how old they are. And, you know, this is a really important issue. You know, being able to live in a relatively comfortable environment where you feel like you're not where you're part of a community, where you're not being rejected, so to speak, by not being able to live as you see other people living. You know, it can affect you psychologically and emotionally, no matter what your age. And if nothing else, we kind of, and maybe I'm way off base here, being airy-fairy, but it's like we have an obligation to be able to somehow provide an adequate way of living so people can feel good about themselves, can appreciate the fact that the community has stepped up, let's say, and recognizes what their needs are and does the best to provide for them. You know, with regard to this, you know, increasing water use or increasing the number of people in this community, you know, as I've already addressed, and other people I think have spoken to this over the months, we have people leaving this community who can't afford to live here anymore. And if we can provide adequate housing so they can move back here, even if they're using more water, it creates a healthier sense of well-being for the overall, like I say, the overall well-being of this community. And I think that's an important thing to consider. So I hope what I just said made sense. Thank you.
All right, Director Howell, did you get your thought back?
Yes, it came back. Yes. Regarding the workforce housing, which according to my calculation, if I understood, it's like for a family of 2 or 4 or whatever we said, at $137,000, they could afford approximately a $400,000 house. Now, if that's true.
The maximum sales price on a 2-bedroom home is at workforce is $464,000.
Good.
For a 3-bedroom is $518,000.
Okay, yes, thank you. That's exactly what I was after. So I'd like you to kind of perhaps enlighten me or assure me that what I see here is a possibility for people to jump the wait list. Let us say that I own a property that's on the wait list, maybe way up high on the wait list, and perhaps I inherited it, or perhaps I bought it quite a while ago and when the land was pretty cheap, and perhaps I suddenly lost faith that I'll ever be able to build to get the maximum profit. Why would such a person then not decide, well, I'll put on a workforce housing here?
Well, you can't.
But
you
why
can't
not?
do
Well,
just,
that's what you need to tell me that.
In order to have affordable housing, a certain percentage has to be low, very low, or extremely low.
So you can't just build one house.
You can't build one house unless you make it low, very low, or extremely low. Okay? So you're building down to that. Okay? You can't do it on a single-family residence lot. Period.
That's what I
Okay?
needed
You
to
have
know.
you have to go multifamily.
No,
okay?
no.
That's
And-
wait, President Pearson. I'm not sure that that's correct.
Can you repeat it?
So he's asking about somebody who's on the wait list has a single-family waitlist position, deciding to build affordable for sale at the workforce level, that still qualifies as being affordable under our program. It doesn't necessarily qualify for a waiver of the fees, but it would qualify for our program if it's changed as it's stated in the ordinance.
It would be entitled to an allocation.
So it would be entitled, a single-family residence would be entitled to an allocation if it's built at that level and the county certifies such, and it's limited by those same kinds of requirements that the county puts on.
I have a serious reservation about that, because just a second, here's the thing. A property for which the owner did not pay a lot, it can make a reasonably good profit. And let us give it another thing. So he has to hold on to it for he or she have to hold on to it for 30 years. Can certainly transmit it to their kids, who could then turn around and sell it for the $1 million that it'd be worth then. So this bothers me a lot. Can we include language in there to exclude single-family individual houses or something?
We can't. We don't
have land use.
So is there any possible?
Well,
That's very bothersome.
So there was something there's something in the current ordinance that if you're building on a single-family residential zoned lot, then it has to be developed by a nonprofit organized for the purposes of providing low-income housing. Now that clause has been taken out. I don't think that when you look at the value of the land, that you could build something that would even qualify as workforce, because the land, whoever they're going to sell it to, the land comes with it, and that land is worth a lot of money, usually more than what it costs to build the house if the land's being sold.
Right.
So building at workforce level is still, and it still restricts it because it is less. I think you said the median somebody said the median income. I mean the median
86.
sales price. No, the current median sales price is like $700,000 or something in this town. And I don't think it's possible to do that, and it would be restricted for 30 years. And I'm sorry, even me, I'm not going to be probably around at that point. And I think that $1 million in 30 years from now, I mean, how much did somebody buy their house for in 1970? $40,000? I mean, we can't control that part of it. So I don't think that we can. We don't control land use, but if they build it as affordable, it has to be restricted as affordable, which means that it's under the same requirements, and you can't require something in perpetuity that's like against
No,
the
you can't do that.
Constitution.
Yeah, I understand
You
that.
also can't, in a capitalist country, as much as it bothers me, you can't restrict somebody's profit making. If they want to go that's the way that capitalism works, is if the market, people have to pay what the market will bear. These restrictions help somewhat so that it isn't just a free-for-all profit-making business. But I don't think that restricting the value of somebody's property and their ability to build at that level.
I would also venture to say that someone who was doing what you ascribe as a behavior and a process probably isn't going to fall within the constraints of affordable housing. If you're concerned about that very well may be someone who doesn't live here, who owns a home or owns several homes and is still working, is not retired. They're not going to fit within the constraints of defining affordable housing. The income levels wouldn't allow it, and the concern that you have would apply for any affordable housing project.
No, this is a little, perhaps I didn't communicate it well. You have to remember, this subdivision in Cambria is quite old, and some of these lots were selling for as little as $50, not that long ago either, certainly 50 years or so ago. So there are lots they may even not be on the wait list, for which the owner paid very little money. And I can see a situation, and in fact, where a person perhaps has inherited one of these lots, has no hope of ever realizing anything from it. The only way might be to turn around and put an affordable house on it. Because, what I'm saying is that the initial land cost is not there. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a builder. I'm talking about somebody who already owns the land and who paid very little for it or who inherited it. And furthermore, the 30-year restriction is fine, but we got to remember that families go on, and I could see a case where the grandma who has inherited from her grandma a place decides to put a house on there because there's no hope of getting it in our current situation. By making it affordable and meeting the county's requirements, it's no longer subject to the zero growth rate. We would be turning around and be forced to say, I'm sorry, we don't have water. You know?
Well,
so do you understand where my concern is?
You can't
I don't know how
legislate for
big
the
it
bad
is.
actor. You can't make legislation for the bad actor. You have to make it for the community and not for this. There might be a few people out there who might try to do it. Again, like I said at the very beginning, that trade-off in order to get some additional real affordable housing built is something that you have to consider. I do not think that that's going to become an issue.
And I think
it hasn't been so far.
And I think there are two other issues to that scenario. One is when they apply for an intent to serve, this board still has, or whatever board it is, still has to review it. It doesn't mean that they can do it.
No, I understand that.
So there's a check mechanism in place for that risk.
Yeah, I
okay,
understand
one
that.
check mechanism.
But-
The second check mechanism is that when, as you say, someone does that, it becomes affordable housing, and then it ends up being inherited. When it's inherited, it's revalued.
No, it's not. When you inherit something, you take the basis of what but it's still affordable. I mean, if the 30-year covenant is still on it, that doesn't change. But it means that I've transmitted something to my descendants who will ultimately benefit from. It may not happen. I'm just asking if there's language we can put in there to kind of prevent that.
I don't think you can legislate for everything that could possibly happen.
Well, we've already kind of seen it with the Pilch thing, where they've shoehorning in some stuff.
Well,
in order to get their position.
I think that's.
Well, we're not talking about that anyway.
Yeah, that's a personal observation.
Sorry. I apologize.
I would really like to call for a vote here.
Okay.
Yes.
That was going to be my comment. Call the question.
Can we please have a roll call vote?
Sure.
Thank you.
Director Steidel?
Yes.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Howe?
Aye.
Vice President Farmer?
Aye.
President Pearson?
Aye. Roll call vote 5-0. Thank you very much. We're going to take a break until the big hand is on the 12, on the clock in the back.
I just want to make a comment. Those applause reminded me of Bill Clinton when he gave the speech at the nominating convention, gave this long-winded speech, and he said, and in conclusion, that's when he got the biggest hand. So.
Oh. Well, we have the comfortable chairs, so that's...
5A. Ms. Madrid, would you introduce 5A for us?
Sure. Thank you, President Pearson and members of the board. This item has been brought to us by SDRMA Board of Directors, and they have notified us that they have 3 seats that are coming up for election, and they're hoping that if somebody is interested on the board to serve, that they'll be nominated, and we go through the process, which is outlined here. And let's see, I think we need to have the nomination filing deadline is Wednesday, May 1st at 4:30, and the ballots will be mailed by SDRMA to the members in mid-May, and then those ballots are due back to SDRMA no later than Wednesday, August 21st. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right. Any discussion by anyone? Director Rice.
First, for the public, SDRMA is the
Special Districts Risk Management Authority. They're our insurance company.
And Merle Clift, who served on this board for, I believe, almost 2 terms or 2 terms. I can't remember.
He didn't quite complete the second term.
Okay, so he used to be on this board, and it is a group of people that oversee the insurance program that the insurance program that a lot of special districts use for their workman's comp, their property insurance, and various other insurance needs. From my understanding, he was very good at it. He had a career in the insurance industry, and he was really well qualified. If anyone on this board would like to join SDRMA, I'm sure it doesn't hurt our district to be able to have representation on there. And I would support anyone who wanted to do that job. It doesn't look like a small job, and I definitely am not prepared to step up for it.
Thank you. Director Steidel? No. Okay. All right. Anyone else? Any nominations? No, probably not. Okay. Do we have? What do we need? A nothing? Yeah. We have no nominations to move forward for that, so we're done. All right. Yay. That was quick. We will now move on to item 5B, and I want you to go ahead and introduce this one.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I do have Melissa Bland here, who is the staff member who's responsible for handling intent to serve letters, just in case you have any additional questions. But this is an intent to serve letter that's been in existence for quite some time, and they have timely requested an extension for 18 months. We are asking for 18 months because we believe that will allow them to get through and finish with the county. This is an item that was brought back to the board in May of 2014, and at that time the board did place some conditions on the on the intent to serve letter. They did place a deed restriction on 2 of the units to be required to be affordable housing for low income. They did require that they offer a parcel that's identified here as open space, and that they withdraw the waitlist position number 654, which is attached to a specific parcel as well. So at the August 24th, 2017 meeting, the board at that time did also extend the intent to serve letter for 6 months with a new expiration of March 23rd, 2018. So with that, I'll answer any questions if you have them.
Okay. Discussion, questions, anyone? Yes, Director, Vice President Farmer.
Thank you. I happened to drive by this location yesterday. By the way, I should preface what I'm about to say with reference to the lengthy discussion we just had about affordable housing. It may sound like at some point that I'm saying, well, gee, Harry, you're in favor of affordable housing, but now you're talking about this particular issue, which will assist in creating affordable housing. As I said, I drove by this location yesterday. It's on a very steep incline, it's very close to Highway 1, but it's on this very steep incline. There's a number of trees on it. It appeared to me most of them were very healthy. These 12 units are going, it's not like they're going to be on a flat area. They're like staggered. I don't know how many trees are going to be taken out. I appreciate the fact that the developer, I'm using that word, that the developer has both an arborist and a landscape architect involved, so they'll make sure that, trees that need to be removed will be removed. They'll take care in that area. They'll landscape it nicely. I think my main concern is, well, there's a number of them, but number one, in looking at the project itself, these are, and Leslie Richard addressed this earlier. It's 12 units, 3 bedrooms, 2 stories. 2 of them are for low income, the rest of them for so-called affordable housing. And as we know, affordable is a relative term. But I noticed that there was very little area for parking. It was hard to tell how many spaces. I would say max 20. Didn't even seem like there were that many. I'm wondering how many people are going to be living in 12 3-bedroom units. Now, it's on Londonderry on the top, Green on the bottom, but it seemed the majority of the parking, the limited parking that was available was up on Londonderry. I'm assuming that there's going to be a lot of cars that are going to be parked on Londonderry on the street, and Londonderry is a fairly narrow street, parked on the street there that are living in these houses. So I'm wondering about and it may seem to be minimal, but the traffic congestion that will be created by people coming down Londonderry, making the right turn, going on to Ardith, right down there to Highway 1. I'm also concerned, and this may not seem to be that big an issue, but right now this is a wooded area. To me, it's like what Cambria is about in so many ways. I mean, I've seen so many houses built on that side of the hill since I've lived here for 32 years. But they're fairly, away from the view of somebody driving on Highway 1. But these structures are going to be relatively close to the highway. And I'm just not so sure that this is the kind of appearance that I want for visitors and people alike who live here as to what they're looking at as they're driving up toward Cambria. And like I say, I'm concerned also about the demand on water and sewer services, on fire, and just the traffic congestion that will be created. And like I said, I'm wondering, and also maybe it's because of the fact that I'm a single person. People that I know that are looking for housing, affordable housing, are single people or couples. So I don't know that many families that are going to be moving into a 3-bedroom house. And I don't know about how many people are going to be able to afford the so-called affordable housing. And so I guess I'm seriously concerned about the benefit that this project is going to provide to the community versus the challenges that it creates. And that's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Director Howell?
I have a number of problems with this application, but first of all, to speak further as to what Director Farmer has said, the parking, there are 14 required, and the project only provides 12, so that's an immediate issue. It's in the application. You'll see it. I can point you to it. It's one of the documents that the applicant has filed. So 14 required, only 12. Now that's 12 parking for a bunch of 3-bedroom places. There's going to be more. That parking will be used up. So that's one problem. There is inadequate parking provided. The streets themselves are quite narrow. And so when we add that additional population, not only will there be issues about parking along the street, especially for guests, But should there be a fire, we have another issue, and we're creating more congestion. And in fact, Green Street in that area is one of the areas that's been proposed as an exit route. And now we're being asked to put more people right on that route. That bothers me a lot. So I have trouble with the parking, and in addition, if you look at the elevations, you will see that the parking is only at the bottom and top. So there will be souls who will be having to walk considerable distance from their car to their house just to take their groceries in. I find that a little odd and a little bit puzzling as to how that's going to proceed. So I have an issue with that. As to the affordable housing, as much as I've been able to determine by looking at the floor plans, what we're talking about are granny units. And if you'll look, you will see that the granny units all connect to the interiors of the other properties. In fact, I'm not even sure that some of those granny units have an external exit. So if there's affordable housing being here, and if it's not the granny units, I don't know what it is. So I have a question about that. Which units are supposed to be affordable? And I'm sorry, a granny unit that interconnects with the house doesn't count to me as an affordable. I mean, it's basically somebody renting a room in their house. So that bothers me. So we have the traffic. The other thing is that because of this property, except for the affordable housing, doesn't qualify for any kind of jumping of the wait list, or doesn't require that we need to proceed with. We have zero water. And the fact is, this proposal has no offsets provided. There is nothing about any retrofits. So we're not talking about net zero water use here, as we are with the people's self-help. So I have a number of issues with this application. In addition, I'll finish by saying, shut up. In addition, I'm a little concerned, and I think in the future going forward, the board needs to address this. And that is, if the board is the authority that can grant intent to serve letters, then I do not believe it is proper for the general manager to extend that should have come back to the board properly. Now, we don't have policies regarding that, but I was somewhat disturbed to see that. That bothered me a lot. You know, it's okay, there were errors made, at best, go out, but to extend it that much, that's not acceptable in my opinion. This board needs to have a little more control over what's going on. So I have an issue with that, which isn't directly, the deed is done and here we are. The other thing in future, for we have additional applications like this that come forward, I would like more than the 3 days that I was given to study it. In this case, this application has been in the office for at least 20 days or more, and there's no reason why in the future such applications can't go to the board members in a more timely way. I'd appreciate that, because some of these issues are very complicated, and as you can see, it took me quite a while going through this particular application to tease out some of these issues. So my position is I would prefer not to extend the letter at all. However, in view of the fact that perhaps the developer has been led to proceed down a certain road due to representations that the district may have made, it does seem appropriate, probably, to extend it. However, I would not extend it beyond the 6 months. That is what they have asked for. I see no reason to give them more than what they have asked. So 18 months might be what it was required, but that's not what they're asking, and I would really prefer that they come back here with that project in 6 months from now. If they haven't got if they're not ready to go and they need an extension, I want the opportunity to talk to them about that and perhaps request changes in their project.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Public comment?
I do have public comment. Okay. Yeah. The only ticket I have here is from Christine Hendricks, so please come forward.
Thank you. This project has been kicking around, according to the paperwork, since 1999. This is what happens when you kick the can down the road. These projects come back to haunt you. The most salient point is that between that original intent to serve letter and 2019, Cambria has grappled with its water problem in various ways. The most significant is the building moratorium, which was imposed in 2001 and remains in effect until the community has additional water. The hard news on that is there isn't any more water. No matter how much rain falls, Cambria is limited in the amount of water it can draw from its creeks. Extending the deadline on the Cambria Bungalows intent to serve letters misleads this contractor. Cambria cannot add more users to its base, no matter how the numbers are juggled to create the impression of paper water. The wet kind of water simply isn't there. The notion that the emergency water supply is going to allow new development remains a fantasy. As the Regional Water Quality Control Board says in its most recent report, the SEIR contains project modifications, including changing the purpose of the project from a facility intended for use during emergency drought conditions to supply water to existing residents of Cambria to an everyday facility which would potentially supply enough water to accommodate new development. The updates to this order do not include the project modifications described in the SEIR. Any significant project modifications would need to be permitted through a new or revised waste discharge requirement. The Water Board also noted that it should be noted that the EWS was not operational during 2017 or 2018, and the CCSD has yet to demonstrate that it can meet all data requirements and reporting deadlines.
Ms. Heinrich,
yes.
You're talking about a different item now on the agenda.
No, I'm talking about the idea of providing water to this development. And these are points that have been made by the Water Board about the EWS, which is the justification for adding new development.
No, it is.
No, not in this case, but go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, how not?
Well, this once again is purported to be affordable housing. So it's in that same
It's
category.
affordable housing, but Don Howell has raised the point that that's a very questionable designation for two units
and I think,
of a larger project that don't appear to qualify.
Right, and I think that's what we're going to discuss.
That'll be part of our discussion,
Okay.
but we're going to have to.
Okay, just two more sentences.
Go ahead.
The folly of stretching of the available water through the administrative sleight of hand puts more pressure on an already stressed system. By using the absolute maximum, Cambria loses flexibility for times of drought when we all need to pull together to conserve. This is the board's opportunity to take steps to settle some of the outstanding water permit issues. I ask the board to deny this extension.
Thank you. Okay. Director Rice. Oops.
Just one brief comment. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Wow, my voice changed.
Just one brief comment.
It's getting late.
Thank you. It appears to be in my brain. I just want to quickly comment on a remark that Christine Heinrich made, and also Leslie Richard a little while ago, when they referred to this project and the name, and I had written this down and I'd forgotten, Cambria Bungalows. Now, we know when people do developments, they give it this name that makes you feel like, oh, wow, this is the best thing since sliced bread. And it's Cambria Bungalows, and I immediately think of some idyllic place where you can go and retreat and feel comforted, and it's something different from everything else. Well, it actually is just 12 identical 3-bedroom structures. And bungalow, to be, whenever somebody names something and it isn't like that, I get concerned. So that's my brief comment.
President Pearson, before you continue with board discussion, Melissa does have something she wanted to clarify about the project.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. One important clarification is that the entire project is not going to be affordable housing. The other 10 units do not qualify as affordable housing. They are not petitioning for them to be affordable housing. They will be regular units at market retail. There is some indication in the paperwork that they had originally intended to proceed with affordable housing, but only those 2 units that we are requiring the deed restrictions will be affordable housing. The other comment about the parking, I'm not sure where you saw your figure, but there's 20 parking stalls for this project. All of the land use and things like that has been vetted through the county. We've also had our fire department do the fire plan review, so the issue of access and the grading and all of that has already been reviewed by Chief Hollingsworth. And then finally, the retrofits were paid for back in, I think, 1998 or 99, so Ms. Heinrichs is correct. This has been an ongoing project. I believe they paid $51,700 for a certain number of points. I'm not sure the exact figure, but so the demand offset has been met.
Thank you. Yes. Back to you, Director Rice.
So I appreciate that Director Howell looked through the application, and there are concerns, but those are not the concerns that we are undertaking to make a decision upon today. Today is the decision is about whether we extend the intent to serve letters. The board was pretty clear about the fact that all of these intent to serve letters that kind of have been sitting out there getting automatic extensions for years, sometime back around, I think, 2014, 2013, the board said, stop doing that, staff, bring it to us first for us to decide. And this additional extension that was provided on this one by staff without bringing it to us was done because there was an oversight at the staff level about notifying this property. But otherwise, it is generally been given direction to staff that they are to bring these to us, because it used to be they didn't at all. They also bring us the list of currently active and outstanding intent to serve letters on an annual basis, just so you're aware of those issues. It's the number of trees to be removed is 25, and they're broken down as to how many are dead or diseased and how many are healthy. But all of that stuff is irrelevant for the extension to the intent to serve. I 100% support a 6-month extension as long as we give clear direction to staff of what we expect to have happen when it comes back to us in 6 months, because I don't want to just stop the timer or give a shorter length of time without knowing, well, because it's not really fair to the developer. My question right now is on this land use permit application, it indicates this is not a phased project. How could it possibly be not a phased project if they're not all affordable?
Because they have an active intent to serve letter.
Because they have an active, so you're saying if somebody has an active intent to serve letter, they're exempt from the GMO?
That's the county's issue, not ours.
I agree with that, but we also just passed an ordinance that said that we also have in our ordinances, in multiple places, it says things like the only ones that we give an exception to the fact that we have a Water Code 350. This is how we got the 57 affordables, was there's an exception for affordable to connect, but you're saying that it doesn't matter that 2 of them are affordable, that they can connect anyway? They could build it with 0 affordable if that clause wasn't part of the agreement?
Yes. They're on the existing, correct me if I'm wrong, they're on the existing commitment list. There's, I think, 5 projects.
So they could go through this process either way, whether there's an affordable on there or not. They're required to go with the 2 affordable because that's what the...
Right, and as far as I know, they're not requesting any affordable allocations, have they? No, so they're not using our allocations.
Okay, so they're not even asking for... But, okay, so what happens with the 2 multifamily... Because they have 12 counted here. They're proposing to build 12 units, and 2 of them are required to be affordable. What happens to the 2... multifamily intent to serves that are going to be affordable? Would we be taking from that allocation of the affordable?
No, they haven't, as far as I know, they haven't requested any allocations from the affordable.
We just converted them
We just converted them.
based on board action.
So, okay, so really what they've got is they've got 12 multifamily and 2 of them are required to be affordable and so there isn't, those 2 kind of go away?
No.
No?
They're-
And then 2 don't get taken from the affordable allocation?
Right. I think this must have been an inclusionary housing project. They were building.
Okay.
They were building 12 units, so 2 of them had to
Right.
be affordable.
Right, and that's what the county's code
That,
says.
the county imposed that on them.
Starting with, and if it's inclusionary, it starts with workforce level.
Oh, I forget. This was a condition of the will serve letter.
Right,
That's how
right.
it came to be.
Right, okay. So it won't be phased. That would, okay, so they're going to move forward with this unless we don't. Can we put additional conditions on the extension? Could we maybe say a 6-month extension and then come back and say we want to have these conditions added to the list?
You have some discretion.
Okay.
If I could add one thing, I believe, and I can't find it on here real quickly, but I believe it said one of them is low income. I mean, 2 of them are low income, not affordable.
Right.
I'm just a semantic term, but
Right.
it's 2 are low income and the rest are supposedly affordable.
But if it's under inclusionary, the county will make them do workforce.
Can I jump in here because we're arguing about something that may have already been settled? I'm looking at this document, which is the development plan, and it's current because it refers to a intent to serve letter dated October 4th, 2018. So this is the current project as far as I understand it, and this is what it says. The project as proposed will consist of 12 qualifying affordable units. 2 of the 12 units shall be designated as low-income units, and the remaining 10 units shall be designated as moderate-income units. This is the document that came, so I think we have to accept this as the truth. This seems to be, or maybe it's not, in which case I'm really concerned.
Melissa.
Before you start, I want to point something else out on the same document. It says that parking spaces required, 28. Parking spaces provided, 20. So they are short. It's basically 14 per 2 sets.
Right.
And they're short, in each case by 2.
Right.
I'm not quite sure how they're getting away with that.
I don't know either. That would be a county question.
Yeah, they got a parking reduction through the county.
Okay.
If you're building affordably, the county has some specific incentives for building affordable, including higher density built on the same property and also reduction in the amount of parking, especially if you're located close to a transit stop, which this property is.
Right. So that makes sense then. I just wanted to be clear about that.
Okay,
Thank
Melissa.
you.
So the developer sent an email, which I should have included in this packet, clarifying that they are not going to make those other 10 units affordable housing at all. So they might need to revise those plans if they did get that discounted parking rate for the affordable housing program.
All right, so I think what we have in front of us is a package that's incomplete and is terribly confusing. So my recommendation is we give them a 3-month extension. Is there anyone here representing Dr. Pilch that can answer some questions? Thank you. Okay, 3 months, and we ask him to come back and present to us exactly what he is going to do and what he's not going to do, and give us clarity before we will extend it 1 day more than that.
Is there any expectation to voice the concerns about the parking or the access roads or has that already been covered because of the fire chief's review?
Yeah, I think that's outside of our scope. Those are land use issues.
Those are all land use things.
But fire safety is part of our charge, isn't it?
Yeah, because if he's going to do affordable housing, then we would be discussing, on the ordinance we just passed, whether we're going
Different
to
set of
break it
circumstances,
or
yeah.
not,
Right.
Okay, on connection fees and that
Right,
kind of thing.
right.
So I think we really need some more clarity as to what's going on with this project before we extend much more than that.
I still think we need more than 3 months. I think 6 months then gives the staff the ability to have some flexibility with the workload and scheduling it for an agenda. That's
Okay.
kind of why I was suggesting that
Okay,
6
my
months.
only concern is that we'd be run over in 6 months. That the county would approve it and the guy would be digging holes.
I think it has to come back. We don't even know enough about the process of going through these steps to develop off of an intent to serve. So, that would be helpful to know. Mr. Farmer, did you? Okay.
I think I agree with the 3 months, and we can extend it longer if we need more time. But I don't see. I think we need to be keep the fire burning on this one.
Well, there's an interesting an aside to this and I don't know if perhaps there's someone in the audience that could provide information on this, but plans were submitted to the NCAC in parallel to this, and the Land Use Committee of the NCAC would be looking at the project. I don't know if they're looking at the project in the context of it being defined as affordable housing with that kind of package, or whether it's being viewed as multifamily with that kind of package. And perhaps Mr. Sather can assist us. Sorry, Don.
Don Sather, co-chair of the Land Use Committee for the NCAC. Let me assure you, we have the same concerns you do, and we are hopefully going to get this all worked out through the county. We're working very closely with the county planner and the architects for the project. I think 6 months would be reasonable. I don't think we're going to have a definite recommendation for the planning staff at the county for probably that long. We don't know.
There might be changes to the.
They are, the whole thing is in turmoil at this point. They're trying to figure out the best way to proceed, as we are. So that's all I can tell you. It has been referred to us by county planning.
Okay, very good. So the county has, in effect, a zero growth for Cambria, correct? And so why is this exempt?
I don't know. You'll have to ask the county that. It may have been based on when it was submitted originally.
Okay, so that's another thing you're addressing with the county, Mr. Thayer.
In our understanding, the county has some discretion with this type of project, depending on whether or not it's low income or not. It has been submitted to us as affordable with 2 low income units, but we understand they're in the process of rethinking all of that. So
they being the county or the
architect,
and the owner.
Yeah. Okay. Part of it has to do with the ordinance changes you made earlier. So.
Well, and having the definition. I'm assuming having the definition, because up until that point, the only thing that it was described as was low income.
Okay.
So I don't know if that answers any of your questions.
It does. Thank you.
Our committee meets Monday at Rabobank. This will be heard. This will be heard on the 20th at the NCAC meeting. You're all invited to come and hear what the committee has to say as far as a recommendation to the council.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
It may be that this came in because at one point it was all affordable, and then it changed. I don't know how it would continue to be processed that way.
Okay.
So I would actually, I think that maybe one of the things that might be appropriate, and I don't know if it's within the scope of the agenda item or if it has to be a future agenda item, to have this board make some of those comments to NCAC. I know that we definitely have got the land use chair here, and so he's definitely heard them. And I think if we indicate a general consensus with those comments, it is probably well informed the land use committee's discussion, what we have said today. And if there are board members who don't agree with those comments or don't think that as a board, as a whole, we want to support those kinds of comments, that we should be clear about that also. And I think that Director Howell should voice those concerns as a Cambrian for sure.
Yeah.
But if we can get some consensus that there's particular things that bother us. But this item really is about whether to extend, and if we don't extend this intent to serve letter, it goes away. Mr. Carmel, what's the outcome if we don't extend the intent to serve letter?
Well, the project won't move forward. What the applicant chooses to do is.
What are the potential?
Buy a new box of nails.
There's certainly the potential for legal action, if you will.
Okay.
Okay, so can I hear a motion to extend for 6 months?
I move we extend for 6 months and give direction to staff to bring us back some additional information to help us understand.
I would like clarity from staff as to whether they have paid enough for the what the current development is. We can go back and if they paid $51,000, if that does cover 1,200 gallons per minute per unit or whatever, or if it doesn't, we need to know that too. Okay.
May I piggyback on yours?
Sure.
I would like to hear from staff also of the money that was collected. I presume there is some accounting of that, and I'd like to know that it went for the conservation purposes. And if not, then we have another problem. Well, we'll have to make it up. We'll have to spend it from somewhere. In other words, we've obligated ourselves to do that. So I just want to know whether we did it.
So I move for a 6-month extension and to bring this back with some additional information, including updated plans if they exist, relating to affordability and that kind of.
Yes.
I'd second.
And we have a second, and can we have a roll call vote?
I would just like, pardon me, a clarification from legal counsel. You just said that if we didn't extend this further, that the district could be open to a lawsuit. Is that what you said?
Sure.
No, I said it's quite possible we would be subjected to a legal action because that's a potential. I'd be remiss not to tell you that. This project's been in the pipeline for, well, I know when I came here in 2006, they were extending it back then. I know that it was owned by someone, foreclosed upon by a bank, and during that time it was in turmoil, and then the bank turned it over, and it's had a long and ugly life. And I understand it can't go on forever, but in this context, certainly the possibility that the applicant would sue us is there.
Thank you.
Can we go to a vote? Yes.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Steidel?
Aye.
Director Howell?
I'm going to vote no because I really think that 6 months is too long. So no.
Vice President Farmer?
No.
President Pearson?
Yes. So passes 3-2. We're on to item.
I did want to clarify one thing. Under the code, a project seeking an extension, if it's over 3 EDUs, it has to go to the board.
And this one is?
Yeah.
Okay.
President Pearson, I have one question and clarification. Is this project still on multifamily wait list?
It's not. Technically, it comes off the wait list when it's issued an intent to serve letter. So, no.
But to follow, was it ever on the wait list, as opposed to our 56, the pool of affordable, and then there's the wait list for the multifamily? Now, which pool was this one in?
I don't know if it was always affordable housing. So let me just say that there are 2 files that are very thick. They're like, they're accordion files, and they're at least 6 inches each. And I believe there's at least 2 of them. There may be more. And this project does have a long history. And, you know, I hate to go from my memory because I could be wrong, but I do believe that over a period of time, this project has been reduced to what it is now, which is 12 units.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Moving along, we're on item 5D now. Which is the finance manager going to introduce this one? And
I'd be happy for her to introduce it.
okay. We do have some comments when she's finished, public comment.
Okay, item 5D is the review of the fiscal year 2018-19 mid-year budget. We're asking for 4 items to be discussed today. First is the review and discussion of the mid-year budget, which you'll see those are pages 232 to 253. The second is a budget analysis that we've prepared for you, which is pages 224 to 231, and our expenditures to date through December 31st of this year. We're also asking for a little bit of discussion regarding the financing of the water funds dump truck. We've already had the discussion on the wastewater funds, crane trucks. I don't think we need to go through that. The third item is we're asking for review of the wastewater interfund loan repayment. We have a little bit of discussion that we'd like to have related to that. And then lastly, discussing the Finance Committee's recommendation to develop an ad hoc committee to develop a better budget model and some different financial analysis that we think should take place. So we're going to kind of I'm going to talk about the discussion, and then Mr. Ogren is going to talk in the end about the Finance Committee and the ad hoc committee's recommendations.
Okay, so should we hear public comment before we
Sure.
You go through those? Okay, let's hear from Mr. Sigler, followed by Mr. Schwartz.
Good afternoon once again. I'm a member of the Standing Finance Committee, although I'm speaking for myself at this point. Unfortunately, I had to leave our February 12th meeting before the committee held its vote to recommend the mid-year budget update for board approval. I want to say that I do support the mid-year budget update, and in particular with changes to actions taken earlier by the board. Specifically, I support financing the purchase of the, I guess it's the dump truck in this case. Well, my notes said crane truck, and delaying the repayment of the interfund loan by the wastewater fund to the general fund. I think with those changes, the wastewater operation will have capacity to proceed with necessary infrastructure work. I'd also like to give kudos to the CCSD staff members for thoughtfully building a revised budget that applies available resources to pressing needs. Our infrastructure, particularly with respect to wastewater, is aging. We ignore it at our peril. Last year, the board took the step of creating standing committees to address infrastructure and finance. That could have been a hollow step if the staff hadn't welcomed input from those of us who are volunteering our time. It's a credit to the fine people who provide us services on a daily basis that they patiently work with us, incorporating the recommendations we agree on. So I'd say thank you.
Thank you, sir. Crosby Schwartz.
I just have one very small but I think important comment. Refer you to page 252 in the agenda package. It's the second item down under services and supplies. It's called off-hauling R.O. brine.
this is in the, obviously in the sustainable water facility section. The rate study proposed budgeting around $166,000 a year for off-hauling the RO brine from when the actual plant was operating. And it was understood that it would not be operating every year, but the funds could be accrued over a period of years to cover the very high cost of off-hauling the RO brine when the plant is operating. This item, this line item only shows $3,000 for the year, and I realize the rate increase didn't go into effect until November 1st, but whatever the prorated amount of $166,000 is, let's say it's $80,000, should be budgeted in this budget and in subsequent budgets to make sure that you have enough money to cover this cost when the plant is turned on. Just to give you an idea, the $166,000 is based on really a part-time operation of the plant, basically 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. This would produce roughly 6 acre-feet of water per year when you need 40 acre-feet per month. So it's a very small amount, and you very likely would have to operate the plant more than this, and you're going to need, of course, more funds to cover the off-hauling and RO, off-hauling of the RO brine. So I think as a minimum, you need to show the prorated amount that was suggested by the rate study in this budget. Otherwise, if you don't do that rigorously, you're going to end up with no money or very little money to cover the cost of hauling when you operate the plant. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Would you like me to comment on hauling?
On the hauling?
On the hauling from the remaining water in the brine pond?
Yeah, but that's not what he's talking about.
Oh, he's talking about when we're operating it?
When we're operating.
Okay, well, that's future.
Yeah. And I absolutely agree with him. We need to put that money aside. We need to establish a reserve fund for the SWF operating when it's operating, and we need to take that money that was designated by the 218 and put it into that fund. But go ahead. Would you go ahead? You wanted to talk about certain items, so why don't you go ahead with the first item and we'll get board comment then.
Okay, so the general fund, which consists of fire, facilities and resources, pros commission, and administration, there's not a great variance assumed in those categories. So unless there's any questions, I'm just going to move forward to water and wastewater. Is that okay?
Yeah, anybody have any questions on anything in the general fund? No? Okay, you're free to go.
So the water fund, we do anticipate ending the year in a surplus, and but part of our budget is not including the interfund loan, the loan for municipal finance for the purchase of the dump truck. Just past board action and discussions indicated you didn't want to go forward with that, so we've kind of put that on hold until we have this discussion to determine if you wanted us to go forward with that financing of that vehicle.
Okay, so you want us to let you know if we want to go ahead and finance the dump truck or not? That's the question.
Your board approved it back in November to go
Yes.
ahead and finance it, but there's been subsequent discussions that have made us put that on hold, thinking that you didn't want us to go forward with that.
Okay. Any comments on this particular action of not financing the dump truck? I think financing the dump truck gives us more funds to spend now, and the loan was a reasonable loan and at a reasonable percentage, et cetera. So anybody have a problem? I think we go ahead and finance the dump truck.
Okay, so when we come back in April for the full budget adjustment and to adopt the mid-year budget proposal, we will include the debt proceeds, or the loan proceeds for that financing of that vehicle, because that is not included in what you have in front of you today.
Thank you.
Dave,
Oh, yes, Director Al.
regarding the financing of are the documents available for us to look at for the financing of the?
Yes, I have the
Good,
document.
okay.
If you want to come in and look at it, I'll have
As
it
long as
available for you.
I just don't want to be approving something that
Yeah, they're basically
It
the
was
same as they
already
were for the
approved.
crane.
I kind of figured they're
it's
the same because it's the same company, right?
Yeah.
Just wanted to be sure they were in hand and that this wasn't just a
Correct.
a
Right,
phone
it's already been
conversation.
approved via resolution back
Got
in
it.
November.
Oh, we did approve that one, right?
It was already approved
well,
back in
never
resolution
mind.
via
Never
resolution.
mind. We're good. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so then on to wastewater. So we do expect there to be a deficit in wastewater. You just approved financing of $57,000 for the crane truck, so that will reduce the anticipated deficit down to around $20,000. We've had some discussions with the Finance Committee regarding deferral of the interfund loan from general fund to wastewater, which was not included in your budget, in the adopted budget, because it happened and was approved by the board after the budget was adopted. So we've kind of revisited that topic a little bit, and if we do defer the entire $102,000 repayment to the general fund, and we don't do that, then that will put the general fund in a deficit of about $27,000. So in light of that, we would like to suggest a modified approach when we come back in April with the budget to balance both of them accordingly. Pay back a little bit to the general fund, but not put wastewater in a deficit, and try not to put the general fund in a deficit as well.
So would that return to the general fund be against the interest? It would record against the interest in the
Right.
way that the option 2 was intending.
An interest plus a little
Not
bit
for
more,
that
right?
amount, yeah, but
Right.
for- yeah.
We would just need to play with the numbers a little bit, and every couple of weeks pass, we have a little bit more data in the system. So at the time when we come back in April, we would at least have the data for January and February. We would not have the data for March at that point, but we would have a little bit more actual expenditure information available to us, and we can make a little bit more accurate budget projection at that point.
I don't think that there would be an issue associated with that. When the Finance Committee looked at that, the idea of returning the entire amount rather than just putting the interest associated from the 102 to the general fund was wanting to retain as much as possible for being able to do actions in the wastewater CIP. But to balance the funds, I think certainly it's not an issue that amount should go back to the general fund to.
Okay, so we would need to bring that back to you via a resolution as well, because the interfund loan is via a resolution. So we would need to amend that as well. So we'll bring that back, both of those in April.
Does that?
Okay.
Okay, so I think I'm done with my part unless you have any questions for me.
The one question that I do have is on the SWF, and I do agree with Mr. Crosby that Mr. Schwartz, that we do need to put that money into reserve, and I expect in the April budget that you present to us that money is set aside for that. And I think I have a concurrence of the full board on doing that, right? Or most of it. I got two heads shaking yes. Vice President Farmer?
Yeah, my head was shaking yes. Or maybe just my head was shaking. But I'd like to just back up a little bit. You went from water to wastewater, and I didn't want to interrupt you. So in talking about the fact that the water fund is operating on a surplus, but if we separate water and the revenue that it collects. And by the way, I want to preface this by commenting on the hard work that I know both Ms. Duffield and Mr. Ogren are doing with regard to the finances of this district. People in the public out there have no idea what these folks are up against in dealing with the finances, but that's not necessarily regarding the mid-year budget. But I wanted to drop down to the other part of the Water Department, SWF operations and maintenance. Now, it does mention that additional revenues are projected because of the rate increase. However, various expenditure variance is anticipated. It's on page 222. Various expenditure variance is anticipated in maintenance and repairs, permitting fees, equipment rental, and renewing the SWF performance bonds, which, as we saw in the expenditure report for January, was $71,000. So, and there's also the possibility of additional expenditures anticipated for legal services. So while the water department itself overall is running a surplus of, I believe, over $400,000, there's a deficit of $400,000, just a little bit less than the surplus from water itself. That's why the operating surplus is just $35,500. So I just want to make that clarification as to how the monies are being used, where the monies are being spent. Thank you.
Okay. Director Rice?
I just have a question for Vice President Farmer, because he keeps raising the issue, and while I am not terribly pleased about the costs for the emergency water supply treatment plant that we've built and the additional complications legally that we are facing relating to that plant, what would you propose, that we default on the loan that we have for it and stop paying that money? Because that isn't a responsible way of moving forward either. I'm also very unhappy with how expensive it is. It wasn't really looked into as far as costs when it was built. So raising these issues, it is important, and there are obligations. It is part of our system now, even though it isn't fully permitted. I mean, the alternative is we default on the loan and do what? I mean...
I'm not saying that we take an alternative way of dealing with the situation with regard to, well, we just won't pay for it anymore, considering the fact that what I believe our obligation would be if we defaulted on the loan is that the bank would own everything except for the Fiscalini Ranch. So no, that's not the direction that I'm going in. I'm just wanting to make the public, and as I said earlier, whether people are in favor of this facility or not, it's important for people to understand, since this district is in really difficult financial straits, despite the hard work that's being done by our Standing Finance Committee and by our finance officer and Mr. Ogren. I just want people in the community to continue to be aware of the circumstances of what this project is costing us. And it was done backwards, you know. It was built before we even had an EIR. We had to do a supplemental EIR. It's created such serious difficulties. Like I said, whether you're in favor of the project or not, it's the 800-pound elephant in the room that is preventing so much being addressed financially for water and wastewater that can't be done because of this. I'm just probably beating my head against the wall in doing this. I'm just trying to create more knowledge for the community as to what we're up against.
I move that we go past 6 p.m.
Yeah. I was just going to ask for a motion to extend to
6:05.
Works. Yeah,
I'm kidding about 605, but we need to make it, how about we make an extension to 615? Because I would like to have a discussion about how we move forward past this item.
Yeah.
I think it's going to take till 6:30.
6:30, I'd say. Yeah.
All right, I'll second that.
6:30.
I move to 615. That's my motion.
Okay. Well, I'll second your motion.
Okay.
Maybe we
have a
get it done in
motion and a
15.
second. All in favor? Aye.
Okay.
Opposed? Okay.
If I might, President.
We can continue.
15
more minutes.
I would, I'm sorry.
I'm always cautious about interjecting, but your board's discussion right now really does lend into the fourth item that we wanted to bring up, and that is the work with the Finance Committee's ad hoc committee in order to establish really a financial model to track not just how the district is doing in any given year on a budget to actual comparison, but to also be able to track against the assumptions that were established during the Prop 218 process. And, certainly in the short period of time that I've been working for your board, I have gotten, quickly knowledgeable about the community's concerns about not just the emergency water project, the sustainable water facility, but the district's overall financing. And there's, my observations are this, is that when we are able to, over the next couple months, really nail down with the Finance Committee this evaluation of how the district is doing, certainly there's going to be a lot of people who have expressed concerns over a long period of time where they're going to say, yeah, that's what we were talking about. My hope is that, and this is kind of a bad analogy, but, somebody gets lost in the woods and they don't survive. We still want to be able to find them so that we can have closure. This district right now has had a lot of difficult times financially, and we've got to nail down these numbers so that we can have closure over what has happened in the past, and so that we can, evaluate how are you going to move forward in the future. And there's no doubt that the cost associated with the SWF isn't the only thing that we're finding right now. In the current year's budget, for example, there are no numbers associated with district reserves. And so we're digging into that as well. And in terms of this comparative analysis, this model that we're developing, we're going to make sure to get into the details associated with the revenue projections. So we know in the Prop 218, there's estimates, and we know that actual won't match them because that's the nature of the difference between estimates and actuals. But how much of that is because of consumption is different based on, the 218? We would expect that if water consumption is higher than the 218 assumption, then we're going to generate additional revenues. And if water consumption doesn't come in as high as the 218, then we're going to have revenue shortfalls. And those are the details that we're really seeking in order to be able to nail down so that your board can make the best, informed decisions moving forward. And so the community can increase the confidence, at least in knowing what the district's financial situation is. I'm pretty optimistic. We've been cranking it out. I look forward to working with the ad hoc committee to really get this nailed down. And just to spend, a brief minute in talking about it overall, what you see on pages 224 to 231 is really the beginning of the effort, and that's a categorical variance analysis by fund, where we show the revenues and the salaries and benefits and services and supplies, capital, debt service, admin, cost allocation, surplus, deficit. We've combined the three different components of the water fund, so it's easy to see if the water fund is running a surplus, how much of that surplus is being used at SWF, so that it can be looked at in totality. But we're also going to be drilling into the details by each of the funds. We're going to be including reserve balances, interfund transfers, critical criteria, again, like water consumption or what are the basis for the admin allocations. I'm just going to kind of draw it short now because when people can't see those numbers, when they don't, and there has been three different formats, the formatting for the original budget, has been different than the formatting for the mid-year budget, which is different than the formatting that was used in the Prop 218. So we have to bring it into one consistent format. But when it's not easily understood, that's where a lot of the angst comes from. Certainly, dealing with a difficult financial situation is still going to have its own angst, but you're really faced with those two different issues. You know that there's financial challenges. My basic assessment so far has been if you hadn't adopted that Prop 218, you would be in really bad situation. Certainly, the district was bleeding prior to the Prop 218. So I look forward to working with the Finance Ad Hoc Committee and really nailing down the numbers so that your board can move forward in the best and informed manner possible.
Thank you. Now, have we answered the finance manager's questions about what she wants to do and come back in April?
Yes.
You're good. So as far as the ad hoc committee, the finance committee has set that up for you to work with them and get it into a format. My question on the format is it's going to easily transition to Tyler Encode, which should hopefully spit out these reports without too much manipulation.
Yes, in terms of the revenue line items and the expenditure line items and all those things that you would expect Tyler to be able to produce, that it's going to work great. One of the things that Tyler won't be able to do, the new software program, is to be able to do the comparisons to the Prop 218. The ability to take the printed report out from Tyler and then put them into our projections is, that's going to be a snap. It's maybe 2 hours worth of work.
Good. That's what I'm hopeful, since you know Tyler Encode, that you will be able to help and steer the finance ad hoc committee towards getting something that interfaces well. Yes, Director Rice.
Just one little observation. The last sentence on the Finance Committee Ad Hoc Committee, which thank you very much for putting that together. I'm very glad we're finally getting those numbers that Vice President Farmer's been asking for a long time, among other people. It does help us look at our financial status leading into doing the next budget. It also puts us in a better position for labor negotiations to know where we stand. So keeping that kind of in mind, unless there's objection to that, I think that's one of the benefits. It's not just for the budgetary, but also puts us in better stead for labor negotiations, I think.
Yes.
That's all. Do we have to take action, or is this basically a report and receive and report?
Yeah, it's an informational report.
Okay. Very good. Oh, Director Howell?
Brief comment, just from I'm kind of sharing Director Farmer's chagrin at some point. In reviewing the EWS charges, the one thing I note, and this is just a comment, is that a significant amount of that is basically a total of 70%, more than 70% more than what was anticipated. And that is, it's like we really have a tiger by the tail here. You got the tiger, you got to do something or it's going to turn around and bite you, and that's where we are. My only comment would be to the Ad Hoc Finance Committee and to the Standing Finance Committee is that when we go forward with next year's budget and future budgets, perhaps we shouldn't be quite so optimistic about the EWS and perhaps pay a little more attention to the fact that we're likely to. I have no evidence that we're not going to have more unexpected costs regarding that facility. I have no reason to believe that it's going to get any easier next year. Now, it may, but I don't have any reason to believe that. So I just feel that, and just stating that is just that perhaps there needs to be some concern and budget items specifically for unexpected things, which clearly has happened. We had something here that was a 307% above what was anticipated, and that's only one of the, and there's numerous items on here. So,
well, I think that
that's all. That's what I'm saying.
I might make the observation that we have the tiger by the tail because we have people here that could grab the tiger. We did not have any control of the tiger prior to now, and I think considering the danger of a tiger by the tail,
Yeah.
they're doing a bang-up
Oh.
job of helping us straighten this out. I mean, it's my personal observation.
I totally
of the
concur. I don't mean it as a criticism, but just as sort of I share some of Director Farmer's chagrin. You know, so.
Yes, Dr. Steidel.
And I appreciate what you're saying, Director Howell, but I really have to take exception to the reference of this was 300% over. We're talking about the idea of $5,000 versus $15,000. We're talking about if that's the one we're talking about. I know, but I wanted to clarify that because throwing out to the public without the numbers in front of them that something is 300% over is in relative terms. It's $5,000 versus $15,000, and I just want to make that point.
Okay.
I need to answer that. Again, for our friends that are watching, what Director Steidel says is true. However, the total overage is 70%. That's 30% less than double what was anticipated. So that's not a trivial amount. And so, hence the chagrin. That's all.
Yep.
And
Thank you.
Valid.
All right.
Before we move on to the next item, I'd like to suggest that perhaps we adjourn to date certain within 7 days to discuss the requirements on the wastewater discharge, making comments on that might need to be submitted from the board, because I think staff is looking for some direction from the board regarding making comments of those changes. Correct me if I'm wrong about that, but like right now we're already at 4 hours, and I almost checked out about an hour ago because it's a very long, and we still have closed session. So if we were able to schedule something soon, so it didn't have to be re-noticed necessarily, but except for the fact that we're doing that.
So if I
That's a
might, real
possibility.
quick, President Pearson, Director Rice, and we placed it on the agenda because of the fact that the comment period to the regional board was due by March 10th, prior to your next board meeting. In looking at this item, we don't have any comments to the regional board. We don't really anticipate. It's consistent with what they had drafted last year. And so, unless board members have reviewed it and have some areas that they, think that you would want us to look into in a little bit more detail, is really placed on the agenda, in part to accommodate your board, but also in case members of the public felt that there
Well, and
should
I'm
be
not
some
just
comments.
talking about that item.
No, there are.
And I know there's people that have sat here for all day waiting to get to this item. I'm saying that we schedule something in the next 7 days to allow for those comments. And I appreciate. I didn't know we had that many comments. But I also want to give the general manager a chance to give the general manager's report. The policy committee needs some direction from the board on some questions that they had at our first meeting, and we still have closed session, which at this point
Yeah, we have
is
2
gonna
hours
make
more
it-
work right now.
Right, and so that's why I'm suggesting perhaps if it's possible for scheduling purposes, but again, I didn't know there was that big of a stack of comments for this item, and I don't want it for people who've been sitting here all day who can't come back. I don't want to.
We do apologize to you, but I don't think we're going to get through it tonight, so.
Is it possible we could just take public comment and then postpone discussion until another time?
I don't know
That way
that
they
that's
wouldn't-
fair. No, I don't think that's fair to them.
But it would allow for the board to be more fresh for hearing those comments, because we know that we're going to hear them when we get to the regional board. And I also, again, I want to make sure that we allow time for the staff report, because our acting GM hasn't really had a chance to do that. And I know our date is March 10th. So let's do it before March 10th, because then we also don't have to do all the re-noticing, right? There's like a limitation for that. So if we adjourn to date certain, and we're at 6:15, so I make a motion, unless we can do this really quickly and say adjourn to a date certain.
I'd say let's.
All right.
But it's to the president's discretion.
So do you want to make a motion to extend this another 5 minutes so we can get something on the
Yes,
calendar?
so moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor? All opposed? Okay, that passes. We're going to go till 20 after. So what dates, Ms. Dawson, are available for us to have a meeting here? I'm
Next
looking at
week.
maybe Tuesday,
Pros
The
meets at
5th.
10, yeah.
I'm sorry, it's not coming up on my calendar yet. I'm clicking on it, it's not coming up. Just give me a second.
4 minutes?
Oh, don't do a countdown, that's mean. That works okay for me. It's at 10 a.m. Pros is at 10 a.m. on my calendar, but I think I'm okay. I'm okay on, as long as it's after, I can probably do it at noon, but it has to be, at least noon would be the earliest on that day.
What date are we talking about?
The 5th.
Which is a Tuesday?
noon?
I've
On the 5th,
Yes.
I've got a 2:30
They
doctor's
have
appointment
10
that I've had
a.m.
for 3 months. That's the only thing.
Oh.
the pros is meeting at 10 a.m. and the resources and infrastructure meeting is at 1 p.m.
Okay, so Tuesday won't work, it sounds
Oh, wait,
like.
sorry, that's February. Sorry.
So it's the same.
Can we try?
Pros is just meeting at 10 a.m. on March 5th.
Oh, there's no
So we could
infrastructure.
start at 11.
Yes.
Well,
I can't-
and I'll leave when I need to leave.
Staff does have a meeting scheduled with Badger Meter at 1 o'clock. So I hate to miss that presentation, but I guess I could.
Well, if we start at 11, we might be done by 1.
Okay.
Tuesday, the
Tuesday,
5th,
Pros starts at 10.
and they won't take more than an hour, and then they can be in
Okay.
the other room and while we're here.
Does that work for the?
11 o'clock on the 5th.
Well, can they meet in there, period?
They always meet
Pros.
in there.
Oh,
They always meet in the dining room.
Yeah, pros meets in the dining hall.
Yeah, so we can be meeting in here while they're
Sure.
finishing up if they drag on longer. But Niffin runs a pretty good meeting, unlike me, so he'll be done by 11 o'clock.
President Pearson, that is not, you run a good meeting.
So we will. Can I get a motion that we adjourn to date certain?
I
Tuesday
move
the
that
5th
we
at 11?
adjourn to March 5th at 11 a.m. here at the Veterans Hall to complete this agenda.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, this meeting is adjourned until Tuesday the 5th.